Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We take our seats, please. Again, good morning. I would like to excuse Mayor Goodman this morning. He's in Coronado taking care of business this morning. I'd like to call the September 1st, 2010 meeting of the City Council to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being presented live on KCLB Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLB programming, can be viewed on the city's website at www.kclb.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLB Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. and also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. We give this announcement. This building is protected by the state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system. If alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exits once outside. Assemble on Las Vegas Boulevard side of the property. Employees wearing safety vests, our city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Reverend Robert Fowler, Victory Mission Baptist Church, and please remain standing for the pledge. Thank you.
All right. Good morning. Would you bow with me, please? Eternal God and Heavenly Father, we're grateful this morning to you for giving us the privilege of being able to live this day. We're fully aware that there are many that rose this morning that do not have the opportunities and the privileges that we possess. So we're grateful to you for the dispensation that you've given to us. Thank you, Father, for the beautiful city that we live in. We're grateful to you for the wonderful sunshine and the glorious day that we experience even at this very moment. We've gathered together in this place to do business of this city. We pray for your wisdom to be collectively distributed to the city council and to the mayor as they make decisions that impact the peace and the prosperity of those of us that live here. We pray, God, that there would be sensitivity upon their hearts as well as wisdom to make decisions that would bring about peace and bring about prosperity to our city. Thank you for every participant here, their families that support them. We pray your covering over them as well. And this day, when all of our deliberations have been concluded, we pray, Father, that you'll be pleased, glorified, and our city will be blessed. In Christ's name, amen.
Thank you. Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. This is the ceremonial portion of our agenda. For our first ceremonial item this morning, we will honor the September Citizen of the Month. At this time, I'd like to please ask Dr. Michael Galletti to join us at the podium. Dr. Galletti? Today we are honored to have Dr. Galletti with us. Because of his medical skills and quick action, he recently saved a man's life away from his doctor's office. Dr. Galletti was having dinner at a local restaurant when a 57-year-old gentleman from California began to choke. The man, John Adams, had fallen to the floor and was unconscious. When the doctor got to him, in order to save Mr. Adams' life, Dr. Galletti used a steak knife and a straw to provide a temporary emergency airway so that the man could breathe despite the obstruction in his throat. Mr. Adams is expected to make a full recovery thanks to Dr. Galletti's quick action. Dr. Gladdy has long served Southern Nevada's medical needs and is a former president of the Clark County Medical Society. We want to thank him for all he has done in the community and especially for recently coming to the aid of Mr. Adams. On behalf of the Mayor and the City Council, I'm proud today to name Dr. Michael Gladdy the September Citizen of the Month. Doctor, I want to present you with this proclamation and ask you this plaque and ask you to look at to your right over here so you can see the sign with your name on it that we posted outside the City Hall on the 4th Street side for the entire month of September. Again, it's really hard to express what you mean to this community. This is just somewhat what we're trying to do here today, and we do appreciate what you do, and we'd like to hear from you if we could, please.
Thank you, Councilman Reeves. Thanks to everybody here. Well, it was a lucky situation. I was fortunate I was there when I was there. It was a split-second thing. I had my girlfriend, Erica Raleigh, assisting me. And
please stand up. Come up here with us.
Come on up here, Erica. We had to have cool heads, and I knew what I had to do because I'm not in that kind of situation. This training goes back for me 30 years. I'm not a surgeon, but I knew what to do, and it was a matter of life and death. And if I didn't do what I had to do, the fellow would have died. Erica was right there by my side, making sure I had a knife and when I had a straw when I needed it. Oh, by the way, a lot of people have thought that I just thought of the straw idea right on the spot. No, I knew about the straw from my training. I didn't just think about the straw. So I want to thank Erica for everything she's done, and she wants to take my picture later on too. So, but thank you all for the award. I appreciate it. And if I have to do it again, I'll do it again.
Thank you very much, sir. Erica, you want to come up here and take the picture, please? For our next item, we will recognize two groups of employees for their outstanding work. The Team Coordinator Recognition Program is an effort within the city honoring a group of city employees that exemplifies the city's vision, missions, values, and priorities through exceptional teamwork and outstanding performance. Our first group is the Payment Card Industry team made up of staff from Informational Technologies and Leisure Services. I would like to invite the directors of these departments, Joe Marcel and Billy Bastion, should please join us at the podium. I would also ask the team members to join us and receive their plaques as I call their names. Joe Santilli, Pat Cabrera, Mike Frederick, Waleed Alspa, Chris Rich, Aaron Wells, Joe Pinpin, and Mark Walders. I want to thank Councilman Ross and Councilman Wilson for helping us here this morning, too. Due to several major credit card security breaches that have occurred in the past, major credit card companies have established new security standards. These new standards are needed to be implemented at the city, and this team made sure that the city complies with these regulations. Because of the teams of employees that the city's security infrastructure has improved and the risk that sensitive customer information is compromised has been greatly reduced. On behalf of the entire City Council, I want to thank you all for your hard work, and I would like to ask our leader, Joe Santilli, to say a few words, please. Joe?
Thank you. I just wrote down a couple little things here. When the payment card industry regulations were announced, IT and Leisure Services stepped up to tackle the challenge. We hired a certified specialist, Coalfire Systems, to review our status and make recommendations. The team reviewed those recommendations, analyzed the regulation, and took the steps necessary to make us compliant. As a result of this effort, we've not only further protected our citizens' information, but established a more efficient environment in the process. I'm proud to be part of this team and to work with such strong professionals who approached a difficult job and got it done.
Thank you, sir. Does the other Joe want to say anything? You're okay, okay. Our next team of the quarter was instrumental in assuring that the recent census was accurate. This team is made up of employees from planning and development and information technology. So I would like to ask Margot Wheeler to join us at the podium. Margot? I would like to ask the team members to join us so they can receive their plaques as I call their names. Richard Wasmuth, Richard, Nathan Goldberg, Renee Carlson, and Robert Agnew. We all know that the census is very important because information gained from the census is used to determine the number of representatives a state has in Washington, D.C., as well as how much federal funding a state may be eligible for. In late 2008, the city submitted a list of residential addresses that the Census Bureau reviewed. The Census Bureau returned a database with more than 240,000 addresses for Las Vegas, but approximately 12,000 of those addresses were rejected. The city census team went to work to verify the 12,000 addresses, finding that 7,800 existed and should be appealed. The city sent a total of 7,857 address appeals to the Census Bureau, and all were accepted and reinstated. Due to the skills and dedication of the team members, the city stands to gain as much as $17.2 million annually, or $172 million in federal revenue over the next 10 years. Tremendous. On behalf of the entire City Council, I want to thank you for your hard work, and ask team leader Richard Wasmuth to say a few words, please. Richard?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. This is really an honor for us because it is a team award, and we truly could not have achieved the results we did without a full team effort. And I'd like to thank our co-workers and our bosses for not only providing us support, but putting up with us. And, of course, I'd like to thank the City Council and the City Manager's Office for not only supporting us, but really championing the census effort throughout Las Vegas and all of Clark County. It makes a big impact on the census when we get that kind of support. So we thank you for your support in that, and thank you for this award.
Margot, do you want to say anything? Margot always wants to say something.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I just want to thank the council and the city manager and her office for having this program, which is an opportunity to recognize and congratulate some of the folks that otherwise their hard work would not be noticed. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. For our next item, we're going to recognize the Las Vegas High School Alumni Association and its upcoming Wildcat reunion. I would like to invite Raleigh Gibbs, Raleigh, President of the Las Vegas High School Alumni Association, to join us at the podium. The Las Vegas High School Alumni Association is a community group that stays in touch with its alma mater and is always available to help current and former students. The group also promotes the historical significance of the high school and raises the funds for mentoring and scholarship programs. Every year, the Alumni Association hosts the annual Wildcat Reunion. And this year, the guest of honor will be the undefeated, unscored upon 1944 state champion football team. This year's reunion will be held on September 11th, and I'm proud to proclaim September 2010 as Las Vegas High School Alumni Association. Steve? You did a great job.
Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, it's our pleasure to be here today and accept this on behalf of all of the alumni from Las Vegas High School. And this year, we have joined the city by having a float in the El Dorado Parade for the last 2 years with you. And it's been our pleasure to do that. And El Dorado means an awful lot to me because I was rodeo chairman for El Dorado and competed for 37 years here, so it's our pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Do we have any Las Vegas High School alumni here today? Yeah, there we go. We got a few here. Thank you. Right over there. There you go. Our next item, Councilman Barlow would like to recognize a special anniversary of one of the city's prized cultural institutions. Councilman?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
I guess we're the only ones here. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Goodness gracious. Good morning. I'm very pleased to be here today to honor such an amazing entity in our community. Today, I would like to recognize the Lee Discovery Children's Museum, which is located, if you didn't know, in the Cultural Corridor here in Ward 5 at 833 Las Vegas Boulevard, for a little while longer, that is. We are commemorating the Lee Discovery Children's Museum because they will celebrate their 20th year anniversary on September 9th, 2010. At this time, before I go any further, I would like to ask that Mr. Tom Amick, as well as all of the lead board of trustee members, to come forward. Let's give them a round of applause as they come. Thank you. This family-based children's museum has been located in the historic downtown Las Vegas since 1990. This museum provides over 100 hands-on exhibits in the arts, sciences, nature, music, and humanities, not to mention traveling exhibition galleries, an early childhood pavilion, an eight-story tower, science tower. Their mission is to provide a vibrant and engaging environment through exhibits and programs where children and families from economically and culturally diverse backgrounds actively participate in playful learning environments. I commend them on a job well done. And today, where's Mr. Amick? Mr. Amick, I would like to present you this proclamation in honor of the museum's 20th year celebration. We, the mayor and members of the Las Vegas City Council, urge all citizens to join us as we hereby proclaim September 9th, 2010 Lee Discovery Children's Museum Day in the city of Las Vegas. Congratulations to you and the entire board. Thank you so very much. And Mr. Amick, I would like for you to share a few words.
Thank you, Councilman Barlow and Mayor Pro Tem and the rest of the council. We very much appreciate the proclamation. It's been a wonderful 20 years for us on the Cultural Corridor. We very much appreciate all the support that the City of Las Vegas has given us over the years. It's a very, very exciting time for us at the Children's Museum. We're looking forward to our new partnership with the Smith Center for Performing Arts and the Donald W. Reynolds Foundation and our new move to Symphony Park. So just wonderful things going on. So on behalf of our Executive Director, Linda Quinn, Carrie and Candy and the entire Board of Trustees and all the wonderful folks that work down at the Children's Museum, we thank you very much.
Thank you so very much. And congratulations to you again.
Thanks, Councilman. For our next item, Councilman Wilson would like to recognize a group that is helping people to overcome addiction. Councilman?
Councilman Barlow, would you join me? 1, 2, 3. Good morning, Las Vegas.
Good morning.
You were supposed to join me on that.
Okay, good morning, Las Vegas.
There we go. One more time. 1, 2, 3. Good morning, Las Vegas. Okay. It's my pleasure this morning to talk about something pretty special, and that is the month of September, which is National Recovery Month and is recognized each year in communities across the country. This annual observance highlights the importance of treating substance abuse and reminds us that treatment benefits society as a whole. Treatment providers are such an integral part to promoting the message that recovery from substance abuse in all its forms is possible. Recovery Month is also an opportunity for us to celebrate people in recovery and those who serve them. Substance abuse treatment providers impact the lives of countless people, whether they are in a recovery program or are related to someone who is receiving treatment. Many people do not realize that substance abuse is a national health crisis. Addiction is a treatable disease, and recovery is possible. Treatment is the key to recovery, and today I am honored to have with us a special person, Jeff Horn. He is the Executive Director of the Foundation for Recovery. Jeff, you're here with some folks, or did they just want to sit next to you for some reason? All right, come on up here. Let's have a round of applause for Jeff Horn. Thank you so much for coming. Foundation for Recovery focuses on solutions to treat addictions. They not only help the addicted, but their families and friends who are impacted by this disease. They work to make recovery more available and affordable. They also publish a wonderful resource directory, and I understand this directory was available to people when they walked in?
It is.
Great. I actually have one of those, and it's a phenomenal directory because it gives a lot of information about agencies and resources right here in the Las Vegas community. We have some of those directories, like I said, available today. They're located next to the agenda, so if any of you folks didn't pick up one of these resource directories, I would encourage you to do that. So, Jeff, tell us a little bit about your program and what you do and how special it is that September is National Recovery Month, and perhaps introduce the gentleman that followed you up here.
I will, thanks. First off, I would like to introduce our chairman of the board. This is Mr. Stuart Smith, who has made all these things possible for us at the Foundation for Recovery. But putting it simply, we do whatever we can to provide resources in the community to help people who are suffering from the disease of addiction find help. And everybody here either knows somebody or is affected personally by addiction. I would be hard-pressed to say that no one here knows anybody who is suffering from the disease of addiction. And we're here to help in many different ways, through scholarships, through research, through providing direct treatment scholarships to individuals to get help, through our resource directory, to providing rooms for 12-step meetings and community meetings in a brick-and-mortar building on Sahara and Decatur, and many different endeavors that we do, and we're continuing to build. And I'd like to introduce Stuart Smith, who would like to, I'm sure, say a few words as well.
Hi, yes, my name is Stuart Smith. I am a person in long-term recovery and chairman of the board of Foundation for Recovery. I don't know if I can add much to what Jeff had said, but I would encourage everybody to pick up the resource directory, but we have a rally coming up on September 18th, which coincides with rallies going on all around the country, including the hub event this year in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And part of what that's meant to do is to reduce the stigma associated with addiction, so people don't feel so people feel more comfortable coming forward and getting help when they need it, hopefully earlier in the process than having to do acute care treatment. Anyway, thank you for the award, and thank you for City Council, Pro Tem Mayor.
You're welcome very much. Jeff, if somebody wanted to get in touch with your organization, how would they go about doing that?
The easiest way is to go to our website, forrecovery.org, and all the information is on there, contact numbers, information, and where our rally and upcoming events are, forrecovery.org.
And are you a local chapter of the national agency? Can I put it that way?
No, we're an individual organization, a nonprofit here in town, and we're just expanding and growing and providing services soon statewide as well as just locally.
Okay, thank you. Well, it is my pleasure today to declare September 2010, the month of, as National Alcohol and Drug Addiction Recovery Month here in the city of Las Vegas, and we ask everybody to recognize that. So congratulations, and keep up the good work. How about, thank you. Sure, Jeff, thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thanks. For our final item, Councilman Anthony has a special recognition for someone who has been working in his office. Councilman?
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to take a moment to recognize a very special young lady who was an intern in my office this summer. So I'd like to have Nicole Vigil to come down here. Nicole? Nice round of applause for Nicole. And I'd like to have her mom come down here, too. Mom, Maria Vigil. She works in neighborhood services for the city of Las Vegas. So I just wanted to recognize Nicole because I tell you, she's an outstanding writer. She wrote a lot of the things that actually she didn't write this. I wrote this myself since it's about her. But she wrote a lot of the presentations that I put together. Thanks. She knows how to organize. She's very helpful, and she attended quite a few of my community events in Ward 4, and she did an outstanding job. And I just wanted to tell you a little bit about Nicole. She's quite a young lady. She attends Arborview High School. She's a senior. She has a 3.8 grade point average in advanced placement courses and in honor courses. That deserves a nice round of applause. She has a membership in the National Honor Society, the French International Club and Orchestra. She's a team leader of the Roadrunners Book and Community Service Club and has participated in Ronald McDonald House food drives, Shade Tree Halloween events, neighborhood cleanups, graffiti cleanups, National Night Out, and back-to-school fairs. Nicole is a member of the Las Vegas Youth Orchestra, the Las Vegas Honor Orchestra, the Las Vegas Solo Ensemble, and is a member of the National Society of High School Scholars, and she plays the violin and all those. She recently received a scholarship to attend the Oxbridge Summer Program in Oxford, England, and has played violin at Carnegie Hall in New York City, New York. She plans to attend university after she graduates from high school, and she wants to be a writer. And I just wanted to honor her. She just did a great job this summer for me. She's kind of quiet, but she knows how to write. And I think you might see her as a famous writer one day. So keep an eye out for some of the books that she's going to write. So I just wanted to recognize you, Nicole, with a certificate of appreciation from my office. There you go. And I'm going to ask you to say a couple things, okay?
I wanted to thank everyone up on Councilman Anthony and Becky and Anthony. They're so kind to me, and everyone on the 10th floor was really nice. And I learned so much, and it was kind of a challenge writing all of that, but I loved it, so thank you.
I just want to thank Councilman Anthony's office. It was a great opportunity. Thank you. She learned a lot.
Councilman Barlow has something he'd like to say at this time, I believe. Councilman?
Yes, actually, I left my notes up on the dais. I apologize. While I get my notes, a lot of you all, it's okay, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. A lot of you all may or may not remember, but you should remember, Franklin Simpson, who worked for the city of Las Vegas for a number of years, for well over a decade. And Franklin recently passed this week, and we were very saddened by it at the same time. My memory goes back to when I was a student on UNLV's campus in the political science department, when this young, attractive, very well-spoken young man came up looking for interns through the political science department to work with his boss, at the time Congressman James Bilbray. And I was one of the students selected to work under the congressman, but due to Franklin Simpson introducing me to the world of politics, I believe that he played an integral part in me being here today. And he was a good friend of mine, very, very good friend, and a great supporter of a lot of my family activities, and he's going to sorely be missed. Today I stand before you to let you know that the visitation for Franklin Simpson will be Friday, September 3rd, 2010, from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. at Bunkers Mortuary at 925 Las Vegas Boulevard North, Las Vegas, Nevada 89101. And his funeral service will be held this coming Saturday, September 4th, 2010, at 11 a.m. at Victory Missionary Baptist Church, 500 West Monroe Avenue, here in Las Vegas, 89106. The family has asked that that you respect the request that, in lieu of flowers, that donations be made to the Tyler Simpson Education Fund, and Tyler is Franklin's daughter. In honor of Franklin's daughter, Tyler, an account has been established at U.S. Bank, account number 1537539044447, in lieu of flowers. And I'll repeat that again. The Tyler Simpson Education Fund, the account number at U.S. Bank is 1537539044447. 447. And we ask that you please keep Franklin's family in your prayers, as I'm sure they're having a difficult time at this point, just as a lot of us who were his friend are at the same time. And so may he rest in peace. May his memories last forever within our heart and within our spirit. Thank you all. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We sure appreciate it. Our next item is any item from the morning session that the council, staff, and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in advance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Councilman Wolfson, please.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, thank you very much. It's my understanding the following items have been requested to be held in abeyance, withdrawn, or stricken. They are item number 28, which is approval of contract number 110013-JL, legal consulting services for Symphony Park at 100 South Grand Central Parkway, abeyance to September 15th, 2010, requested by staff. Item number 29, approval of award of contract number 100048-TB to Evolve Software Corporation in the amount of $632,800. The request is to strike that by staff. Item number 40, authorization for the City of Las Vegas to withdraw as a member entity from the Clean Water Coalition, abeyance to September 15th, 2010, requested by staff. Item number 41, addendum to amendment to interlocal cooperative regarding the Clean Water Coalition, abeyance to September 15th, 2010, requested by staff. Item number 48, bill number 2010-31, abeyance to September 15th, 2010, requested by staff. Finally, item number 49, bill number 2010-34, abeyance to September 15th, 2010, said request by Councilman Ross. To any of my colleagues, are there any other items that you request to be held in abeyance, withdrawn, or stricken?
Councilman, just on item number 48, I would like to clarify. Mr. Lichtenstein has been is an attorney for the ACLU, and our city attorney's office has been working with Mr. Lichtenstein on this bill. Mr. Lichtenstein's wife has had a heart attack, and he was unable to meet with our city attorney this past week, so we are holding this in advance because of Mrs. Lichtenstein.
I understand. Thank you. With that in mind, my motion is to be consistent with the action requested.
Thank you. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. Our next item is approval of the final minutes by reference to the regular city council meeting of August the 4th, 2010. Mr. Councilman Wolfson, can we have a motion, please?
Yes, my motion is for approval.
Cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. Our next item is items 12 through 39, with the exception of items 28 and 29 on the consent agenda, are considered to be routine or recommended for approval by the department and may be acted upon in one motion. Are there any items in the council wishes to bring forward at this time? Hearing none, can we have a motion for items 12 through 39 with the exception of 28 and 29? Councilman Wilson, please.
Yes, motion for approval.
Cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. Item 42 is discussion of possible action regarding a review of alcoholic beverage caterer license, Michelangelo's Renaissance Catering, doing business at Renaissance Catering, 4465 Wagon Trail Avenue.
Good morning, members of council.
Good morning. Just a moment, please.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. DeFiore. You're on, please.
Okay. Mayor, members of the council, as you'll remember, 6 months ago we had brought forward to you the Renaissance Catering for an alcoholic beverage license, catering license. And at that time we presented to you through the Metro report an area of concern on Mr. Napolitano's background. At that point we had... Yes? Okay, I'll speak up. At that time we had concerns about the criminal background and the ability of Mr. Napolitano to move forward with a license for an alcoholic beverage catering license. Are you still not able to hear me?
It's Beverly's fault.
Okay. All right, I'll raise my voice level if
There
I
you
have
go,
to.
buddy.
Okay. At the March 3rd City Council meeting, the council voted to approve a temporary license for Renaissance Catering, and the conditions that were placed on that license were as such. One, the applicant is prohibited from being present at any event with individuals under 18 years of age. Two, the business services manager or supervisor may approve or deny the permit based upon disclosures made by the licensee. Three, any misrepresentations of information on the permit application verified in advance of the event or upon inspection of the event will result in suspension of the alcoholic beverage license. Four, if suspended, the licensee will be entitled to a hearing on the suspension by the City Council at the next available City Council meeting. And five, there shall be a 6-month review at a hearing at City Council. Mr. Napolitano, I believe, has taken out 11 liquor catering permits over this 6-month period. He's attended 2 events which he disclosed. He has not attended any events, to our knowledge, of any event that had 18 years of age and under. I believe he's met the compliance with all the conditions during this 6-month period. What I'd like to propose to the City Council today, and certainly Ms. Ross can have her discussion on this, is to extend the temporary license for another 6-month period with the same conditions intact, just to exercise on the side of caution. And I'm going to offer two options to the Council. One would be that we would have a 6-month review with the Council to hear the events over the last 6 months and to be able to vote on a permanent license at that 6-month review. Or the second option would be to allow an administrative approval of the permanent license by the Director anytime during this next 6-month period if we believe that he is complying with all conditions. So that's what I'm proposing today.
Thank you, Jim. Yes, ma'am?
Good morning, members of the council. Karen Ross on behalf of Mr. Napolitano. And to my right, I have Mr. David Smythe. He's the operations director for the company. As Mr. Diafore has mentioned, my client has taken out 11 permits since we were back before you 6 months ago. two of which he attended. They went off without a hitch. I mean, they were great. He's been an upstanding member to the community. At this time, we would respectfully concur with Mr. DeFore's recommendations and strongly suggest that in the event council is leaning to give approval for the temporary license, the extension of the temporary license, that it be done so upon administrative approval in 6 months.
Thank you. Any questions? Any comments?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilman Barlow, please.
This item is coming back before us today, Mr. DeFiore, from a 6-month review. Is that correct?
That's correct. The original application was approved on a temporary license basis on March 3rd, so this is the 6-month review for that temporary license.
So if there hasn't been any issues or problems, why aren't we recommending for the full license today? Why are we asking for an extension?
I think in all cases, we exercise on the side of caution. Since there's only been 11 event applications taken out over a 6-month period, that's pretty much about 2 per month. So I think we would like to have essentially a track record established that there haven't been any problems over a longer period of time and over a larger number of event applications that are taken out.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Hearing none, I would follow staff's recommendation for approval of a 6-month temporary, allowing our staff to give them the final within the 6-month period if they so deem that it's necessary or amicable. Any questions on the motion? Cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Item 43 is discussion of possible action on the Neighborhood Partners NBF Board recommendation to allocate $55,000 general fund for 1,900 neighborhood projects. Doctor, how are you?
Good morning. Okay. Well, good morning, members of the council. It is my pleasure to bring you the funding recommendations from the Neighborhood Partners Fund Board during the program's 13th anniversary. This matching grant program allows communities from all wards to apply for up to $5,000 annually for neighborhood improvement projects. The effect of these matching grants can be seen in communities throughout the 6 wards. Residents have used the funding to generate solutions to critical neighborhood issues while fostering robust relationships among neighbors. The program has allowed residents and city government to work together as neighborhoods are impacted. During the past 12 years, 216 neighborhood projects have been completed. 235 were awarded, and neighborhoods have been impacted to the tune of more than $2.64 million. Over $828,000 of that was grant funding, and $1.8 million was matched through volunteer labor, business sponsorships, and in-kind donations. This year, the Neighborhood Partners Fund Board is recommending 19 neighborhood projects to be funded for a total of $55,000 in grants, with matching pledges of $135,019 in volunteer labor, cash, and professional services. Mike Brown Sestero, the chair of the NPF board, will tell you more about the projects being recommended for funding this year. Neighborhoods interested in the Neighborhood Partners Fund program can contact Neighborhood Services at 229-6681 or look for the neighborhood grants in the city's website. The next application process is expected to begin in January 2011, and at this time I'd like to turn over to Mr. Sestero.
Good morning, Mayor Pro Tem, lady and gentlemen of the council, and city staff. My name is Mike Brown Sestero. I live at 1411 South 9th Street in the best ward of Las Vegas, Ward 3.
There you go.
And I am this year's chair of the Neighborhood Partners Fund. This is my third year on the board, and it has been a real treat all 3 years to serve on the board, meet some of Las Vegas's best citizens, and learn about their communities and the projects that they're planning to improve them. The board is comprised of 7 city staff members and 6 neighborhood volunteer appointees, and without their hard work in reviewing and evaluating the proposed projects and proposing the final funding recommendations, this work would not be possible. This year's board members included A.J. Powell, who is my vice chair. Cheryl Russo is the mayor's staff designee. Adriana Martinez was the Ward 1 staff designee. Renee Rampton was our Ward 1 neighborhood representative. Crystal Klingler was the Ward 2 staff designee. And Charlie Desiderio was our Ward 2 neighborhood representative. Susie Martinez from Ward 3 on behalf of staff. And Anthony Ruggiero was our Ward 4 staff designee. I think I saw him running around. Tony Guerrero, seated in the gallery, was our Ward 4 neighborhood representative. Ido Iturralde, Ward 5 staff designee. Michelle Thaxton was the Ward 6 designee. Jerry Green was our Ward 6 neighborhood representative. And in addition to being chair, I served as the neighborhood representative from Ward 3. The MPF board is recommending the following 19 projects for funding. Some of these folks are here today, so I'm going to ask them to stand when I call their association's name. And these projects were organized by ward. Councilwoman Tarkanian, from your ward, we have 6 projects. Artesian Heights for Hinson Avenue Beautification Project. The Jamestown Towers Resident Council, it's a senior engagement project. The Pinto Palomino Residence, beautification of the Pinto Lane Island. Quail Estates HOA Neighborhood Safety Project. Rancho Road beautification being done by the Rancho Springs Neighborhood Association. And the Sartini Plaza Resident Council, another senior engagement project. Councilman Wilson will be pleased to know that in his ward, the Lakes Association HOA received some funding for the 2010 Lakes Festival of Lights. Mayor Pro Tem in Ward 3, the Gateway District Association received funding for the Gateway Gallery. Team Millennium for a safety project, and the Washington Square Neighborhood Association for a communications project with their residents. Councilman Anthony in Ward 4, the Buena Vista HOA, some community safety improvements. Councilman Barlow, Ward 5, the Cultural Corridor Coalition, the December to Remember project. The Rancho Manor Neighborhood Association are going to paint their perimeter wall, all one consistent color, and that matches, yes. And the Robert Gordon Plaza Resident Council has a food project for the seniors there. The West Las Vegas Neighborhood Association number 1, a Light the Night Neighborhood Awareness Project, and Westchester Manor HOA, a landscaping revitalization. Councilman Ross in Ward 6, the Four Winds Neighborhood Association, a monument to mark the entry into their neighborhood. The Mystic Canyon HOA, a community beautification project. And Willowdale Estates, a community security project comprised of some security cameras and some other things. Fiscal year 2011 MPF program will fund 7 beautification and physical enhancement projects, 5 safety improvement projects, 3 senior engagement projects, 3 cultural events, and 1 neighborhood communication project. As you can see, the neighborhood leaders from all these different communities are able to access the MPF funds, use them creatively to address all sorts of neighborhood issues, and positively impact both their specific communities and the greater Las Vegas community at large. The board members and I unanimously recommend these projects for council approval.
Thank you very much. Good report. Are there any questions or comments? Councilwoman, please.
I'd just like to say that I think this is one of the very best activities we have within the city. We bring together neighborhoods. Perhaps they don't have the money to do things, but they can volunteer time, they can get donations, and it pulls together the neighborhood. I see the people representing Ward 1. I've seen them many times, how hard they work within their neighborhood, and I'm sure it's the same for all the other wards. I just am very, very proud of each one of these individuals that comes forward from whatever ward, who knows their community, knows what's needed, and is willing to actively work to improve the community. I just think it's a wonderful thing. And also, it's wonderful the city's able to help them.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Councilman Barlow, please.
Yes, and I want to echo Councilwoman Tarkanian's words. It really is a great thing when the community can come together and really revitalize and take back their neighborhood and really improve it for the better. When you have residents coming out from their homes, not just going in and closing their garage doors, not to be seen until the next morning when it's time to go to work, but we actually have residents who have those garage doors open, out speaking with each other in the street, talking about how they can come together to improve the quality of life in the community in which they have invested and where they call home. And so I want to commend each and every one of the recipients of the funds that the City of Las Vegas has been able to provide, and also encourage more communities to get involved and to come out and apply for funds in order to improve their neighborhoods as well. And so please keep up the good work, and please invite me, as I stated last year, to some of your projects that are going on in your neighborhoods, because I love to come out and also participate in sharing that experience with you and your neighbors in regards to those beautification projects that you have going on in and around your community. So congratulations again. And also, I do want to disclose that Ms. A.J. Powell has provided this council with a number of peach cobblers. So I do want to make a disclosure, but I don't think we should pretend that the disclosure would prevent me from voting. But we do want to thank you for the pies that you do provide the council on a quarterly basis. So keep up the good work.
Quarterly?
Well, it
He's
seems
stealing
like it
the
comes
rest.
quarterly.
Quarterly.
But every,
It's more than that.
Okay.
Well, that's all that gets to him.
Money.
The rest stop at staff.
Where's this peach cobbler?
I said quarterly because I keep a couple of them. I'm kidding.
The rest of us
Thank
have
you
got
so
to
very
taste
much
them.
for the pie.
Thank you, Mayor
Thank
Pro
you.
Tem.
Yes, please.
Could I just say something else, too? For those residents in Ricky's ward, in Rancho Manor, I think you'll be very pleased to hear that you abut, of course, Rancho, and down the median that's there, there is a renovation project to bring that back up to where it used to be, and it began, as I understand, this week. So I think your brand-new, brightly painted wall along with that is just going to be magnificent.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Ross?
Thank you. Those of you that are here, and especially Willowdale and Four Winds, Marvin, thanks for bringing the board down. Board members, good to see you. But I want to, and just nod, I mean, isn't this a great thing for us to do in the city of Las Vegas? Isn't it? And I got to tell you, it used to be the best kept secret. It's not anymore. It's out there, and this is really engaging neighbors to help your neighborhoods to build a better community. I just want to know, what do we do with that big check in the back over there? For a picture? All right. This means a great deal to me. And Doctor, you know I visit 2 or 3 homeowners associations a month, and when I talk about this program, people are engaged, they want to do something, and it's really making a better city. So even this small grant, what is the matching monetary amount? What was the matching from total from all the neighborhoods?
We awarded $55,000 with $135,019 in matching.
That is significant because everyone's gone the extra mile. And that's what it means to be a Las Vegan, and I'm proud to be part of this program. So thank you all very much for your dedication to the city of Las Vegas.
Thank you. I would like to thank those board members as well as city staff that provide us this opportunity to be here today to acknowledge what's happening in our different areas, different wards. And I agree, Mike, Ward 3 is a great ward. Thank you. Anyone else want to speak? Councilman Wolf, can we have a motion, please?
Yes. My motion is to accept the report and to award the monies as recommended. I believe that would be the appropriate
Good
way
motion.
to verbalize the motion.
That's it. Any question on the motion? Cast your vote. Please post.
Thank you.
Carries. Thanks, Mike. Item 44 is R58, 2010, discussion of possible action regarding a resolution consenting to the undertakings of the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency in connection with the Commercial and Visual Improvement Program, agreement between the RDA and the Las Vegas Natural History Museum, a Nevada nonprofit corporation located at 900 North Las Vegas Boulevard, to be in compliance with and in furtherance of the goals and objectives of the RDA. This is in Ward 5, Councilman Barlow's ward. Mr. Arndt, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. For the record, Bill Arndt, Director, Office of Business Development. This item was related to Redevelopment Agency item number 4, which was heard this morning. This is part of our Visual Improvement Program, or VIP program, where we give a matching grant to businesses to fix up their storefront. The Natural History Museum is engaging in a set of improvements costing approximately $79,580. They're eligible for half of that cost, or $39,790, to do exterior improvements, which will include new work to the facade as well as new landscaping. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you. Any questions on the? Hearing none. Councilman Barlow, please.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item subject to all conditions.
Thank you. Cast your vote, please. Please post. Motion carries. Item number 45 is R59, 2010. Discussion of possible action regarding a resolution consenting to the undertakings of the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency in connection with the Commercial Visual Improvement Program, agreement between the RDA and Schiff Enterprises and Aralina LLC, new business at Vegas, Viva Vegas Fremont 2, located at 23 Fremont Street on Fremont Street Experience, to be in compliance with and adherence of the goals and objectives of the RDA. This is in Ward 3. Mr. Arndt.
This item also was heard this morning at the Redevelopment Agency meeting. It's related to item number 5 on the Redevelopment Agency agenda. This is for the VIP program for the property at 23 Fremont Street. The owner is undertaking improvements, including new neon and LED signage. The improvements will cost approximately $41,700. The applicant is eligible for half of that amount, or $20,850. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you. I'd like to follow RDA's action as well as the staff's recommendation for approval of this item. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. Item 46 is R60, 2010. Discussion of possible action regarding a resolution consenting to the undertakings of the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency in connection with the Commercial Visual Improvement Program, agreement between the RDA and Robert Schiff, owner, and Aralina LLC, doing business at Viva Vegas Fremont 2, located at 319 Fremont Street on Fremont Street Experience, to be in compliance with and in furtherance of the goals and objectives of the RDA. This is in Ward 3 also. Mr. Arndt.
Thank you. This item also is part of our VIP program. It's related to Redevelopment Agency item number 6, which was heard this morning. The applicant's undertaking improvements costing approximately $85,158, is therefore eligible for half of that cost, or improvements not to exceed $42,580. The improvements include new neon and LED signage, as well as a remodel of the front door and new tempered glass. Staff recommends approval.
Any questions? Hearing none, I move to follow the RDA's action this morning as well as staff's recommendation for approval of this item for approval with all conditions. Cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. Item 47, Boards and Commissions, Neon Museum Board of Trustees, Councilman Lois Tarkanian, Class 1 Trustee, term expires 9/15/2010. And I understand that Councilwoman Tarkanian has done a fantastic job and she would like to be reappointed. Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Mayor Pro Tem, I do want to be appointed. I can't be at all the meetings now because of other committees on which I am, which are having 3-hour and 3.5-hour meetings, which is unbelievable. Ross knows, he was with me at one of them. And I've shared this duty with Adriana Martinez, and I've been told that we can have a council member or any employee appointed to this, and I would like to have Adriana have the privilege of having her name there, and then I will work with her if that's all right with. So what I'm saying is, I do. With me. Okay, well, I would like to recommend Adriana Martinez, and I love that neon board. I remember when it started, and it was nothing, and everybody worked together, and it's really coming along well, isn't it?
It sure is.
So I would recommend Adriana Martinez to have that position.
Okay. Council members, any questions on this? Hearing none, let's follow.
Have her name down there, and I will work with her, yes. Absolutely, I will work with her. I do work with her.
That would be my motion, then, to reappoint Councilman Lois Tarkanian, as well as having Adriana Martinez's name as an alternate.
It's, right. So let's use, what I'm trying to say
Okay.
is, I would like to have Adriana Martinez, and I will work with her, but I don't need my name there. My name's, we're all over the place, so I'd like to do that as recognition for the work she's doing.
So Adriana Martinez is the appointment to the board. Thank you.
Would that be fine with everybody? We got nods, yes. So that would be the motion then. Adriana Martinez as the member. Okay. Cast your vote.
And thank you very much.
You bet. Please post. Mr. Steve, did we do all right there, buddy?
That was fantastic, Mayor Pro Tem.
Our next item is item number 48. These bills are eligible for adoption at this meeting. Bill number 2010-31 updates the regular governing certain commercial entertainment and solicitation activities within the pedestrian. Oh, that's been held. Yes, item number 50. Item number 50 is 2010-35, repeals certain outdoor advertising restrictions concerning hotels, motels, and other lodging establishments, and repeals restrictions concerning wedding chapels proposed by Brad Jerbick. Councilman Barlow, Councilman Wilson. Who wants to read this item? Who wants to have this bill read? Who was the chairman of this recommending? Pardon? Councilman Barlow, would you like to have it read?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you.
Bill number 2010-35, an ordinance relating to business licensing regulations, repealing certain outdoor advertising restrictions concerning hotels, motels, and other lodging establishments, repealing similar restrictions concerning wedding chapels, and providing for other related matters.
Any questions or comments? Councilman Barlow, do you have a motion, please?
Yes, motion for approval.
Cast your vote. Please post. Please post. Motion carries. Item 51 is Bill number 2010-36, repeals the sunset provision regarding the prohibition of alcoholic beverages in city parks except pursuant to a permit or other written authorization, sponsored by Councilman Gary Reese and Councilwoman Lois Tarkanian. Councilman Barlow, we have this bill read, please. Would you like to have this bill read, please?
Yes, please.
Bill number 2010-36, an ordinance relating to the prohibition of alcoholic beverages in city parks, except pursuant to a permit or other written authorization, repealing the prospective expiration of that prohibition and providing for other related matters.
Thank you. Any questions or comments?
Comment, Mayor Pro Tem?
You bet. Councilman Ross?
I just have to say, when we first went into this, Mayor Pro Tem, I'd had some challenges with it. And I've got to tell you, I'm very pleased with the citizens of this city paying attention to this ordinance and following the rules significantly. And if I can, Mayor Pro Tem, with your permission, ask Director Bastian the positive outcomes of this. Can you share that with us and the public in regards to, since we've initiated this and how successful it's been? If you'd share some of those positive attributes, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you very much. On the screen here is the actual ordinance, and I'd just like to frame it first before I address those, the question that you've put forward. Basically, this ordinance was put into effect in October 1st of 2009 and set to expire on October 5th, 2010, unless it's extended. And it basically, the alcohol ordinance required our park visitors to obtain a park picnic permit in order to drink alcohol or have a beverage container in our park. We created an assessment period at the council's direction when this ordinance went into effect last year, and we were able to see several successes. We modified, and I have some highlights here on the next screen. Oops, maybe. We modified several things within our permitting process, our fee process, to help improve customer service for our park visitors. In addition to that, we saw some outcomes that were very positive. We were able to see that park maintenance safety was improved in that the park maintenance staff no longer had to pick up fragments of glass. This not only was safer for them, but safer for our public park attendees as well. In addition to that, it helped be able to focus their time and energies on other important park maintenance responsibilities in the park. In addition to that, we were able to see that there was a reduction in park lifting injuries for our park maintenance staff as well. This was a gradual decrease from the years past. For 10 years, there had been approximately 25 injuries at a cost to the city of about $233,000. So that savings is significant in that we saw one injury in fiscal year 2010, and our Human Resources Department is reporting they only had one or zero since the ordinance went into effect. In addition to that, we were only able to identify 3 citizens who called in and had any concerns about the park ordinance, and they didn't even want to make their call official. They were just looking for clarification. I think the city marshals have reported to us that they've seen a tremendous reduction of issues in the park, and that they're saying that this is a very useful tool for them to help increase and enhance the safety of our park visitors. They did a really good job at educating the park attendees on a one-on-one and one-to-group basis between the months of October and December last year. They took a soft enforcement approach so that the park attendees could best understand the alcohol ordinance and how it impacted them. And then they reported that they had 10 enforcement actions between January and August of this year, which resulted in 8 arrests and 2 citations. So we, through this assessment evaluation of the board departments who participated, and I'd like to acknowledge them, Human Resources, Detention Enforcement, Field Operations and Leisure Services, I'm happy to report to you today that I think that we feel that this ordinance is definitely increasing the safety of our workers and our park visitors.
Thank you, Ms. Bastian. I want to thank Councilman Tarkanian. She brought this to my attention 3 or 4 years ago, and it's taken us a long time. It's taken us a lot of meetings, and I know because of Councilwoman Tarkanian, this ordinance has been successful, and I just want to thank her because it has also helped out Ward 3, I think, as the other wards also. And our wards are, to me, a lot nicer and a lot safer for our constituents to be able to use because of this ordinance. Councilman Bartlett, do we have a motion, please?
Yes, and a comment as well, Mayor Pro Tem, if you don't mind, real quick. In the beginning, I had a little bit of reservation in regards to the proposal, but after the review process, I understand more wholly where we were going with this, and I think this is most definitely the right direction. And also, I didn't think that I voted in favor of this item, but due to the diligent research of my dear friend Alan Choate, he reminded me that I didn't even show up to the meeting. So for the record today, I will be voting on this item in favor of this ordinance going forward. So that will be my motion at this time, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any question on the motion?
Thanks, Alan.
Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Bastian. Item number 52 is Bill number 2010-37, amends the city's administrative code to adopt new fee tables applicable to permits, inspections, and other services performed in connection with the city's technical codes and to make permit-related adjustments. This is sponsored by Gary Reese. Councilman Wolfson, would you like to have this bill read, please?
Yes, sir.
Bill number 2010-37, an ordinance relating to the city's administrative code, amending the supplemental document to that code to adopt new fee tables applicable to permits, inspections, and other services performed in connection with the city's technical codes, and to make other permit-related adjustments and providing for other related matters. I wanted to represent that this bill went to the recommending committee a couple of times. At the first meeting, a First Amendment was proposed that made some accommodations regarding items that had been brought to the committee's attention by some of the commenters. That bill was brought back to recommending committee yesterday, and put before them was a second amendment that made some additional accommodations that Mr. Knight will probably address. But we have put those into second amendment form, which was before you. The committee sent the second amendment forward for your consideration, although without making a recommendation.
Thank you very much. Mr. Knight, please.
Good morning, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. Chris Knight, Director of Building and Safety. About 2 years ago, in May of 2008, as the economy began to change, the Building and Safety Department laid off 31 employees. Again, in March of 2009, we laid off 35 employees. And then in June of this year, 2010, we laid off another 9. At a peak of 124 employees, the department is currently now at 44 employees. That is a reduction of 66%. As our industry partners have been laying off people and reducing their work staff, we have been doing the same. We are a mirror reflection of the industry itself. In addition to that, our revenues have been going down. We began to look at our fees 2 years ago. We have, in our budget, cut our travel, cut training, cut just about every area in the budget we can to reduce costs. So our approach to balancing our budget, if you will, as the revenues declined, was to cut everything that we can out of the budget and get as lean as we can. We've cut positions, we've cut everything in the budget. We are still projected in our 2011 budget to lose $1,054,000 based on current staffing levels. Based on that, we decided to look at our fees. We had to look at our fees. We decided to move from a valuation-based fee schedule, which has an indirect nexus to development, in that the perception is if it's a higher cost project, it takes more effort and costs the department more to provide service, therefore the fee should be higher, to a cost-based fee schedule that looks at the direct nexus between those costs of providing services, so that if it's a higher valuation-based valued project, that we have a true accounting of what our costs really are to provide that service. And if it's a lower, we have a true accounting of what our costs are, lower value, to provide that service as well. We started the process. We hired consultant Chad Wolford, who is in the audience today and is prepared to answer any questions that you may have. Going through, looking at all of our costs and everything that we have, and coming up with a recommendation. The bottom line of the recommendation in the report is that we needed to increase our fees. We needed to increase our fees because our current fee schedule gives us a 48% cost recovery. We are an enterprise fund. Enterprise funds must pay 100% of their cost recovery. We do not receive any revenue from the general fund to pay for our employees, pay for the costs, our gas, our vehicles, the equipment necessary to do our inspections. So that is something that we had to look at, and based on a 48% cost recovery, the fee study itself recommended a 65% increase in fees. We are not asking for a 65% increase in fees. We are asking for a 50% increase in fees, and we are asking for it phased over 3 years. So we are not asking, and the reason we're doing that is because we are sensitive to our customers' needs. We are sensitive to the industry. As the industry's reduced, so have we, and we are matching the industry. So we are not asking for exorbitant fee increases at this point. We're simply trying to survive in the market that we're in. We have worked extensively with our private partners. Anyone who is involved with our department on a day-to-day basis understands what our service is right now. They understand what our service demands are. That today, as a result of the RIF in June of this year, from an inspection standpoint, we are not meeting our demands. We moved from about 250 inspections requested each day. We're running 300. We have 16 inspectors. We are averaging 24 holdovers a day. We are increasing the fee, for example, on a single-family home, production home, $24. A holdover on a single-family production home costs the developer $500. So that's kind of where we're at.
And I'm sorry to interrupt you, Chris, but I think for purposes of everybody understanding, you need to define what a holdover is.
A holdover. And thank you, Councilman. A holdover is, our standard is 97% of our inspections are done next day from request. We have been meeting that performance standard. And a holdover means that you call in on Monday, you get your inspection on Tuesday. And our performance measure says we should do that 97% of the time, and we have been doing that. We've actually been doing about 99% of the time. We're afraid this quarter we're not going to be able to do that based on that 24 holdovers a day. It is going to cut our percentage way down on our performance measures. So that's kind of where does that help?
Well, if I may, Mayor Pro Tem. Holding over an inspection, I call on Monday, you're going to be out there Tuesday. A holdover would mean I call on Monday, I don't get my inspection until Wednesday or Thursday.
We don't show up until Wednesday or Thursday.
That's what I think.
Which means whether you're commercial or residential, which means you've got your construction crew sitting there waiting for us to show up.
Got it. Now,
and it's costing you money.
You just made a statement that a single-family home increase in $24 for the permit.
Mm-hmm.
Am I
For
correct?
a production home.
But
Yes,
a
sir.
holdover to that builder or that developer costs him $500 a day.
Yes, sir.
Where'd you get that number?
I got that number from Pulte Homes.
Pulte? Okay.
Mhm.
Because I would think it would even be more,
It
especially
may
on
be.
a commercial property.
Yeah, and it depends upon the company. I mean, but that number came from the representative for Pulte Homes.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
You bet.
Mr. Knight, is there a standard for the holdover or the time period of an application coming in and our department going out and servicing our client? And if so, what is that average standard, or at
Yes, sir.
least the average standard that we would like to live up to as a
Yes, sir.
municipality?
We have standards. As I said, 97% of our inspections should be done next day. That is our performance standard. As far as plan review goes, plan review is 90% of our plan reviews completed within 10 days of submittal in our department. We are currently on plan reviews at, instead of 10 days, we're at 4.6 days turnaround time. We're one of the fastest in the valley right now.
Okay. I appreciate that.
Any questions? Chris?
So to continue on with the 48% cost recovery, the 65% recommended in the study, we're asking for 50% to make that up. And we are doing it over 3 years, 25% now, 15% not in 2011, but in 2012, and then another 10% in 2013. The reason for that year hiatus is to give us a chance to see how we're doing, to monitor that. We have worked with our Enterprise Fund Committee, which has representatives of the home builders, the AGC, a contractor at large, our finance director, and myself, and we have agreed to monitor this, and we have agreed to watch this process, and it is in the ordinance that if we determine through the Enterprise Fund Committee that's appointed by you that the fees are not necessary, we will come back and ask to not have to raise those fees and propose that we not do that. So that is something that our customers are extremely interested in, and the Enterprise Fund is interested in, and they are holding me accountable for that, and I think as rightfully so.
Mayor Pro Tem, I just repeat what he said. So we're going to monitor this for the first year, see how it's working.
Yes, sir.
And you may come back to us and say, you know what, it's working fine, or it's not working, we need to make some adjustment. We can, so we could actually lower the fees.
Right.
Essentially, if you're cranking out inspections.
The Enterprise Fund Committee put on me a standard that if our operating reserve exceeded 20% of the operating expenses, that they would recommend to this council. It's an internal standard that the Enterprise Fund Committee set, that they would recommend that we not increase the fees. State statute says that you do not have to decrease fees until your operating reserve exceeds 50% of your operating expenses for 2 years. So the Enterprise Committee has put a much higher standard on our performance and looking at these fees, because they have the same concern as the industry is, don't just pop those fees out there just for the sake of popping them. And quite honestly, We're not happy about raising fees, but
Well,
we
no,
have to
we're-
do that.
And I don't think any of the council members are keen on the idea of raising fees. I mean, but we understand here, we have a department in this city that's 48% cost recovery right now, and if this was a corporation, we'd be having the similar discussion in regards to how do we save this department and this corporation. And we're still not, by these increases, you're still not there. You're not at 100%.
No, sir. The 25% increase will put us at 56% cost recovery. The 15 and the 10 will put us at 68% cost recovery.
And council members, I know you know this, but for the general public, when we started talking about this a while ago, Mr. Knight, Director Knight, went the extra mile and went and talked to the industries to get their input and let them know what was going on. And I think that's significant to know as well, because I don't think that it's prudent for government to just inadvertently create new ordinances and raise fees without input from the private sector. And I think that's significant. So I want to tell you publicly, I appreciate you doing that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the whole issue is about continuing to be able to provide service. Today, because of the RIF that was done in June, we have 303 inspections called for today, with 68 holdovers for a total of 371. We do not have enough staff to do it. I have 15 inspectors. They'll have to do 25 inspections each in an 8-hour period, and that's very difficult to do. Standard for number of inspections per inspector is 15 to 20. So we will have holdovers again today. 303, and 68 for 371 inspections called for today. So it is a difficult time for us to meet this, and the 25% allows us to keep the staffing that we've got. Doesn't allow us at this point to restore staffing that we've lost.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilman Wilson and Councilman Barlow, please.
Thank you, Councilman. I want to make sure, Chris, when we talk about the demand for inspections, and we have inspectors that are going out and performing these inspections, they're busy, and they're running around. You said 25 inspections a day, or words to that effect. Public safety is not being affected by this crush of requests for inspections, is it?
Not at this point, Councilman. That is always a concern, is the speed at which an inspector does his inspection. Is he going to miss something that's important? That's why we have the standard of 15 to 20 inspections a day for an inspector, because that gives them enough time to provide a good quality inspection. When you start going above that, you start having a point of diminishing return on that safety issue.
Our inspectors are not paid per inspection, are they?
No, sir. They're salaried.
They're salaried employees. Are there quotas? Do you look to Inspector A, B, C, D, and E, and in briefings say, I need you to hit 20 today, or I need you to hit 22 today, or, I mean, is there an expectation of a number of inspections per day?
The expectation is that our inspectors are assigned to areas of the city, and the number of inspections in that area, that inspector is expected to get them all and to perform all those inspections. If there are more inspections than that inspector can do, and we have another inspector in another area that has less, we'll send that other person over to help them so that we make sure that that happens. We don't have quotas. The standard is they called for the inspection today, we do it today.
And I'm certainly not questioning the quality of our inspectors. I believe they're working pretty hard out there. But what I'm hearing is that there's a push to have these inspections. This is just one part of what we're talking about. I understand that. But it seems to me that there's a push based upon the current status of things to get these inspectors out, get them inspecting, and get these inspections completed so they can go on to the next day's group of inspections. Because what we have is we've got developers and builders that without an inspection and without a pass, they can't go on to the next stage of the development. So who supervises the inspectors?
We have 3 supervisors for the entire city. That we've divided the city up into 3 areas, and those supervisors are in contact with the inspectors all day long. And any issues that come up, the supervisors are in contact with me. So it is the supervisors that are inspection supervisors. That is their job. When inspections get tight, they actually go and do some inspections, and they resolve issues out in the field on a regular day-to-day basis.
Okay, that's all on that issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Barlow?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Knight, you had mentioned that the cost of recovery currently is what percentage?
48%.
And the proposal that you're bringing before us will bring the cost of recovery to what percentage?
After 3 years, 68%.
Is there, or I should say, what is our future projected goal for cost recovery, if in fact we have a future projected goal for cost of recovery?
Our performance measures and our strategic business plan say we should be at 97% cost recovery. The way that we intend to achieve that outside of these fees is to continue to try to get more efficiencies, more automation of the department, and other efficiencies in how we operate and how we do things. There's been an issue. It's been since 1993 that the fees in this department have been raised. So we have a very old fee schedule and a very archaic fee schedule. It's antiquated and archaic. And there is the possibility of how you manage your budget and how you account for the revenues that can help us to manage our finances to where we can get a better cost recovery. So, at the bottom line, we have been working with the home builders. We've been working with everyone. This is about service, and it's about providing the service today. We are not providing the service today. We were providing that service. We had the right number of staff before this June of 2010 RIF, and we are needing to maintain our staffing levels. If we do not get this fee increase, we are projected to lose another $1,054,000, which means we will do another layoff, and our service levels will go lower. And in the next 3 years, if we are not able to recover and we're not able to get these fees, we will continue to have to find other ways through labor and laying people off to meet our budget demands and to pay our folks. So that's the difficult part of this whole thing. And it is Councilman Anthony asked the question about coming forward with fees now in such a difficult economic time, and I completely shared his concern that you come forward with fees now in this economic time, and it appears as though you're trying to do something that is onerous on the industry. The difficulty is as the industry begins to recover, we need to be prepared to be able to provide that service as the industry recovers. Without these fees, we will not be able to do that.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, sir.
And thank you, Chris, for what you just said. I asked you if you could present us with 3 examples.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we're talking about increasing fees.
Yes.
How much? I mean, to a typical builder, to a typical homeowner, to a typical contractor, developer, what are we talking about?
I gave you the typical homeowner. The typical homeowner for 2,000 square foot living area with a 76 square foot garage, our fees would increase $24 from $963 to $987.
Let me stop you there, if you don't mind. Mayor Pro Tem, is the homeowner of that, what you describe as a typical home, a 2,000 square foot home, is that fee commonly passed on to the homeowner? In other words, the builder pays the fee, does he not?
The builder pays the fee.
Okay, and how much did you say on a typical 2,000 square foot home?
$24.
Okay, that's a one-time fee, is it right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and typically the developer, the builder, will pay the fee and then pass it on to the homeowner?
You'd have to ask the builder. I don't know their financing. I would assume so, but I don't know that for a fact.
Do you have a couple other examples?
Yes, sir. We picked a medical office building, occupancy group B, 5,000 square feet in size, valuation of about $500,000, and actually under this proposed fee schedule, and the reason we picked it is to indicate this is one of the larger, more expensive projects, and the fees would actually be going down from $3,979 to $2,171, and it goes down $1,808 on a medical office building, which is 5,000 square feet is pretty large. On a occupants B office, just a standard office, much like what you would have, Councilman Wilson, for your business, our fees are going up $638, from $2,725 to $3,363. It would be a $638 cost for our inspections. Now, a couple of things I'd like to point out. In our cost recovery, to have full cost recovery of those fees, on the medical office building, The fee we're asking for is $2,171. Full cost recovery on that is $5,558. The City of Henderson's fees are currently $4,646. So they are $2,000 higher than us. We do not have the highest fees in the valley and will not have the highest fees in the valley with this fee increase. On the single-family home, our cost recovery is $1,136, and we are asking for a fee of $987. And then Henderson's fees are $990, and we are not higher than Henderson,
Now, Chris,
as we promised we would not be.
The numbers you just quoted us, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for letting me follow up, those are the total amount of fees, the permit fee, the inspection fees, and there's multiple inspections.
Plumbing and mechanical, electrical, all of that, yes, sir.
The whole thing. Okay. All right. Thank you for that information.
Thank you.
So, as you can see, we do not have, so we're asking for your approval. I'm happy to answer any other questions that you may have and respond to any issues that may come up.
Any other questions?
Just to, for our listeners to try and get this on a level that's understandable, basically you've made major cuts in your department.
Yes, ma'am.
And you have gotten to the point where we've gotten past the fat, past the muscle, and we're going to hit bone. And the thing is, if we don't do this, we can no longer be able to give the services that are needed. And this is a public work, this is a very, very, building and safety is a very, very important area. I just think that if our viewers could understand that you already have made major cuts, we cannot make any more, and this is the only direction we can go at this time in order to save the department and have the quality level that we have had and need to continue to have.
Yes,
Am
ma'am.
I saying that correctly?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. The simplest way to put it is, without these fees and us being able to provide the service, the harm to our private sector and the harm to the growth and development of this industry will be greater at a reduced service level than it will be with increased fees.
Right.
Great question, Councilman Anthony.
Thank you, Mayor. Chris, I know you put a lot of work into this. I mean, you spent a lot of time on this fee increase. I talked to a lot of folks out in the community that are going to be affected by this, and for the most part, they're small businesses, and they're barely hanging on. I mean, I talk to these people, and they've gone from hundreds of employees down to tens of employees, and they can't find work. The work that they do find, they're not making a lot of money on it. I mean, they're really struggling, and I guess what we're doing here is we're kind of sending a message that it's going to cost more to do business in the city of Las Vegas. It's going to cost 25% more, and then it's eventually going to cost 50% more. And I'm not sure that's the message that we should be sending right now. We should be sending a message to these businesses that we want you to come here. It's going to cost you less to come to Las Vegas than going to Clark County and North Las Vegas and Henderson. And if we do that, we're maybe going to promote business in the city of Las Vegas and get more fees coming in because we get more business. That's kind of how I see it. I just see it. I can't support throwing more fees at these folks because Councilman Wilson mentioned, sometimes they pass these costs on to the people that buy the projects. Sometimes they have to eat it because prices are going down on these projects. Their margins are getting smaller and smaller, which means it's cutting into their business, and they can't grow. They can't hire more people. I think we should be spending, we talk a lot about consolidation, privatization, having a private company come in and maybe help us do some of these inspections. I think we need to spend a lot more time on talking about that before we get to the point where we're raising fees. And let's face it, we call them fees, but they're taxes. We're raising taxes on a particular industry that is absolutely going through the worst economy probably in close to this nation's history. And I think we're just kind of slapping them in the face by doing that. So I appreciate the hard work you put into it, but I just can't support raising fees right now.
Councilman Anthony, I understand perfectly. And if I may, I'd like to share a couple of things that we're doing to offset that. Yes, we are asking for a 25% increase, but some of the things that we're doing right now on plan review, On our plans review, we're averaging 167 plans in every week. 61% of those plans are going through what's called an over-the-counter process. In other words, you come in, when you submit the plan, you get it reviewed right there on the spot, you get your permit, and you're out the door. Time is money to our customers, and we are working every way that we can to save them time, and we're even looking at trying to expand our over-the-counter process even more, which means that only 49% go back for plan review. So we are trying to turn those plans around, save our customers as much time and effort as we can, and help them with the cost savings in time. That's why we have the standard for the inspections. I fully realized when we started this fee study that service was going to be an issue, because service to our customers are dollars to our customers. And therefore, I asked for a study, and the development review process was born out of that request. And we are looking at not only just the Building and Safety Department that these fees affect, but now the entire development review process from the day that you come in and ask for a rezoning to the day you get your C of O that Mr. Nichols is spearheading. So we knew that we had to make it better to do business in the city of Las Vegas through a service standpoint if we were going to ask for these increased fees to offset those costs and to help our customers feel better about coming to Las Vegas and doing business in Las Vegas better. So we are pushing within the department to get more efficient, and the entire development review process is pushing to get more efficient simply because of the reasons that you stated.
Thank you. Councilman Tarkanian, you have something you want to say?
I just wanted to ask Councilman Starvis, what would we do? What would be the recommendation then? What's the recommendation if we don't do this?
Well, I can answer that. We lay off 8 to 10 more employees.
Well, but okay, if that's the answer, you lay off 8 to 10 more employees. How in the world are you going to do what you're supposed to do? We've gotten down to the bare bones on this one.
You can't.
And that's just, I don't see any, I mean, you have a choice if you don't provide a solid service to the community, or we add an additional fee now. And you said the one-time fee for a 2,000 square foot home was what?
A $24 increase.
$24 increase. And what was the next size you gave?
The 5,000 square foot medical
Yes.
office building was actually going down, and then the complete office building was an increase of $683.
You know, I just think when we're talking about all this, we are trying to share, and I know it's hard on people. I have a son involved in a situation where he's having a hard time, too, with things like this. But I don't know what else we can do. Either that, or we don't provide the city services in building and safety, and I think building and safety is extremely important. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Not to kick a dead horse, but you gave 3 examples, the $24 increase on a 2,000 square foot home. Then you said the next example, kind of the mid example, is for a square foot office building?
5,000 square foot medical office building at $495,000, $500,000 value.
Okay, and that was going to be my question. What would the cost of building that building be?
What would the permit fee be?
No. You said the permit fee actually would go down in that middle example.
Yes.
Okay,
The
but-
cost of building the building, the valuation of the building that we would issue on a valuation-based fee schedule would be $495,000.
Okay, so that's for a $500,000 building?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then your third example is for a larger project, right?
It was a 5,000 square foot building as well. It was a standard office building complete.
Okay, so if we're talking about an increase of $600 and some odd dollars.
Yes, sir.
Total for the project.
Yes.
How much did it cost the developer to build that project? I'm trying to put in perspective the increase in fees in the overall review of what we're talking about. In other words, how much money did the developer spend to build this project in example 3?
Under that example 3, that would also be a $500,000 building as well.
Okay.
But that's a complete project.
Okay, I see the difference between the two.
Yes.
Now, there's an enterprise fund committee
Yes,
that
sir.
was formed to review this issue. Is that right?
No. Under the state statutes, when you have an enterprise fund, you appoint an enterprise fund committee. It's appointed by the city council and that committee reviews our budget. Each year I present the budget to them. We've actually met more since I've come on board in recent years, and I give them periodic budget updates of how we're performing and what we're doing, and they look at the operations and oversee the operations of the department. And their role is to make recommendations to this council.
Okay, now did they weigh in on this
Yes, sir.
issue?
They weighed in, and they have recommended this fee increase.
Okay,
to the
now
council.
I'd like you to tell me what types of people or companies or entities we're talking about. Who weighed in?
Mr. Jim Chachas, who represents the Southern Nevada Home Builders.
So a Southern Nevada Home Builders Association, and without going into a lot of detail, he's recommending the passage of this bill?
Yes, sir.
He represents how many home builders?
All of the home builders of the association.
Do we think that he consulted with those home builder members?
Clearly, he consulted with Irene Porter, who's the executive director of the Southern Nevada Home Builders.
So that's one organization that's supporting this increase. Who else?
We have the Association of General Contractors has a representative on it, Mr. Potter, and he consulted with Mr. Steve Holloway, who's the executive director of the Associated General Contractors. Our chairman of
Are they in support of this bill?
They are not what I would say is in support of the bill, but they are not objecting to the bill.
Do they understand the reasons behind this?
Absolutely.
And they represent folks that are going to be directly affected by this bill. Isn't that right?
That's correct. They are the folks that have to build the projects and get them done in budget and on time, and they understand the need for our inspections.
And they're going to have to pay the increased fees. Is that right?
That's correct.
Who else on this committee
Mr.
weighed
Steve
in?
Quinn. Mr. Steve Quinn is our chairman, and he is a member of the state. He's a contractor at large, consultant at large, but he is also a member of the State Contractors Board, and he chairs the committee. Mr. Mark Vincent as the chief financial officer, and myself.
Okay, Mr. Quinn, what was Mr. Quinn's position on this bill?
He was in favor of the bill.
Okay.
The vote was unanimous from the
The vote was unanimous, and a big part of this committee is represented by the people that are going to be affected by having to pay the increased fees. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And then we have NAIOP, that I don't think they were part of this committee. Is this, Suzette, are you here?
She's here.
Okay. And I don't want to speak, there you are. I don't want to speak for Suzette. Are we going to hear from Suzette this morning? Were you planning on speaking to us?
you.
Okay, then I'll reserve my questions for you before the vote. Thank you, Chris.
Oh, this wasn't a public hearing. I guess we can allow it. Yes. Any other questions of Chris? Before Suzette comes up here, I just want to make a couple comments. We've been very, very proactive in working with every entity that steps forward to the city of Las Vegas for any reason. And I know that we have staff that has really tried to cooperate and do those things beneficial to them. And I know with what Mr. Knight has proposed that we're still the lowest in the county. And we have to provide the services. We have to have the safety issue, to me, has always been important, no matter what we do. And when we start, treading on that really, really thin curtain, it's scary to me. And I feel like this is the right thing to do. I think it's necessary. And we do have the majority of those people that are affected by this approving this item. And I feel like that it's something that we just have to do. So this is I guess we will open the public, or open this to the public. How many people are we going to have speaking on this item? We got this guy over here, he always likes to talk, so we'll give him a 3-minute clock.
Do you want to
You
hear
go
from him
first. We're going to put a 3-minute clock on him.
Okay. Well, hopefully I'll be quicker than 3 minutes as well. Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, staff, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Suzette LaGrange. I'm with Colliers International, 3960 Howard Hughes Parkway, Suite 150. I'm here on behalf of NAIOP, the Commercial Real Estate Organization, or Commercial Real Estate Development Organization. We represent over 500 members that are the owners and developers of these buildings. Millions of square feet here in the valley, from Harsh Investment Properties down in the east part of Las Vegas to General Growth, GGP, the Howard Hughes Corporation on the
What about
west.
East Las Vegas?
I'm sorry?
Whereabouts in East Las Vegas?
It's right at Charleston and Mojave. So, anyway, the spectrum of Las Vegas, all the way to GGP and the Howard Hughes Corporation, their office space down in Summerlin. So we actually represent, along with the owners and developers, we have contractors, architects, and engineers that build these projects, brokers, bankers, financiers, and other consultants like myself that help bring businesses and expand existing businesses into real estate here in Southern Nevada. There's no doubt that our industry, the commercial real estate market, has been hit harder than most other industries here in Southern Nevada. We acknowledge the layoffs and the cuts that the city has made. When you go from $15.6 million in revenues in 2007 and permit and inspection fee revenues to $7.7 million in 2010, that's bound to happen. Activity has dropped all across the board. We do have serious concerns about the high salaries being paid to the department, to the employees of the department. It's unfortunate that there's a collective bargaining agreement in place that doesn't allow for any kind of flexibility on your part. Yeah.
Excuse me just a moment. Chris, could you come up and address that, please? The salaries. Could you show me what you showed me this morning?
Mayor Pro Tem, I'd also like to ask Dan Tarwater to come up because he's done some analysis in that regard.
Please.
I would defer to Mr. Tarwater. I think the statement I would give you is that our salaries are very commensurate with the other three entities in the valley. And Mr. Tarwater can expound upon that.
Mr. Tarwater.
Mayor Pro Tem and Council, Dan Tarwater, Human Resources Director. As I read the editorial this morning through the RJ, one of the quotes was that the department salaries are much higher than the other municipalities for the same position. And I will tell you, with our research, the planned examiners today in our facility are 1% higher or equal to the three local agencies here in town. Electrical inspectors are 5% lower than the two agencies in town, and our combination inspectors are 6% lower than the three agencies in town.
Thank you.
We haven't been provided with that same information to review. The information we have basically says otherwise. Building inspectors make anywhere fully loaded, admittedly fully loaded, from $115,000 to $145,000 a year. That's pretty substantial for a building inspector, so within the city of Las Vegas. But nonetheless, there's a collective bargaining agreement in place that doesn't allow for any flexibility given these challenging economic times. As an organization, we are not standing in the way of the initial 25% fee increase. We know time is money. We need to have inspectors next day. We need to have consistent turnaround time, both on the permit and permit side of things and also on the inspections. We realize that, again, we represent the developers and the owners of this real estate, that every single day they don't have a tenant in their building, they're losing rent. So, we get that. We're not standing in the way of that 25% increase. But we are asking that in the ordinance, section paragraph 304.9 and 304.10, which is basically the provision that allows for, in our opinion, it's basically an automatic increase in 2012 of 15% and 2013 of 10% for those fees to be increased. It's our position that after 2 years, give the city the 2-year period of time with the 25% increase to improve service delivery to the industry and provide for reasonable and consistent turnaround times for permits and inspections, allow 2 years to implement the new fee schedule. You've got over 48 pages of fees that many of us can't make hide or hair of decipher. It's really pretty overwhelming. And see if it's enforced fairly and equitably, and that it does what Chris intends it to do as far as solidifying his balance sheet.
Let me interrupt you right there,
Yep.
Mayor Pro Tem, please.
Yes.
Is that something that we could do as a council? That question is directed to our legal counsel, I guess.
I believe Councilman Ross made a comment pertinent to this. Do you remember what you said about the quality of this?
Well, I do. I think, we're going to put this into effect. Should we pass this and it goes into effect, we're going to review this. And I think what Ms. LaGrange is concerned about is the automatic, without that review process taking place. So I think I'll...
So my question is to Mr. Steed, does the statute as proposed now require an automatic increase in the coming 2013 and 2014?
It's drafted so that the default is that those increases would go into effect but with the caveat that he would take them to the committee and review it, and after review at the committee, he could decide to recommend to the council that they come back and, in effect, repeal or change those automatic, otherwise effective.
So the answer is they will go into effect unless we are approached again beforehand and asked, and this council agrees, not to put them into effect.
That's correct. One of the options he had, of course, was to ask for the entire 50% at once. Another option he had was to ask for the 25% and put no future increases in the ordinance, and he chose to do this so you could review it as a package. You have the ability to change any of those as you move for an approval, if that's what you do.
No problem at all. Mr. Knight has been wonderful to work with over the last few months, and he's agreed to establish an appeals board per the IBC, International Building Code, Section 112, which is something that we felt very adamant about. He's agreed to establish an advisory committee that NAIOP can be involved in to help improve service delivery within the department. So, and also on some other provisions in the ordinance, so we really appreciate that. And in exchange, we've said, okay, we understand your situation. We'll agree to that 25%. But given the fixed costs and the salaries that are in place, the likelihood of the 15% and the 10% not him coming back to you in 2 years and saying, no, we don't want these increases, highly unlikely. And we would like the opportunity in 2 years to see how this ordinance is adopted. This is a complete change from a valuation-based fee schedule to a cost-based fee schedule. And even though you're at 48% cost recover, if activity still goes down, that cost, you can raise fees to the ceiling, and you're still not going to get full cost recovery in many cases. So it would also allow for, let's see, I talked about that. Anyway, after these items can be assessed, and if another fee increase is necessary, then a new ordinance can be brought in front of you for consideration. So if it's still not working the way it needs to be, it comes back, and we all have an opportunity to discuss it. The industry is trying to be a good partner with the city, but a 50% increase over 3 years is really too burdensome at this point for us to accept. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, please.
Suzette, thank you. May I ask you a question? You're here representing NAIOP, correct?
Correct.
NAIOP is what is that an acronym for?
The acronym is the National Association of Industrial and Office Properties. However, we dropped that about a year and a half ago, and it's now known as the Commercial Real Estate Development Organization because we represent owners of also retail, office, industrial, and retail properties.
And how many members of your organization are there in Southern Nevada, for example?
Over 500. Again, a few years ago it was 900.
Okay. And many of them do business in the city of Las Vegas?
Yes, absolutely.
Have you discussed this increase of 25% with your members?
We have.
Okay, and I understand that you're not in favor of the secondary increases in the years ahead, but as far as the 25% increase, your members recognize the need and the benefit that your members will receive if we pass that portion of it.
Absolutely. I mean, it is very important that we be able to get service delivery, that we be able to get permits in a timely fashion and inspections in a timely fashion. So we realize that. We also realize the predicament that the city is in. So I think we're trying to be a good business partner with you in that regard.
My question, Chris, with your permission, Mayor Pro Tem, who's against this? I understand the increases in the subsequent years, but realistically, recognizing the reality, and I like the expression you used, Councilman Woman, that we're down to the bone, and that we really need to do this to provide the quality of service to be able to get these inspections turned around and everything turned around so these developers can finish their project, get their tenants in there, get their homeowners in there. Who's against the 25%?
Editorial board, the RJ.
Chris, who's against it?
In my experience so far with NAIOP's agreement, no one at this point.
The editorial board.
The issue of the 15 and the 10% is, and you heard Suzette, and I don't aim to get in a back and forth argument at all, but you heard her talk about service delivery is very important to them. Responsiveness is very important to them. Without the 15 and the 10%, and this economy starts coming around, we will not be responsive to increased demands on our department. It just simply won't happen. We will have to come back. We will have to argue the fees. We will have to do all kinds of stuff that will keep us from moving swiftly in being able to respond in the same fashion that the industry is returning and recovering on the economy. So that was part of the reason that we said 15 and 10 in the future. One, because we needed at least 50%, and we wanted to phase it out, and we wanted to do the phasing in a manner that was least harmful to our client, but also put us in a position to be responsive in the future to provide that service. Because when demand starts increasing on us, I can tell you we're not meeting demand today, and demand starts increasing, we will not be able to move fast enough and hire enough people and get the revenues without these fees.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Please.
But you can come back to us pretty quickly and show us the need, and we can, in a matter of 30 to 60 days with the posting of notices and whatever, grant your request at a later time. If this council only wants to give you 25% now, and 2 years from now there's the need, you can come back to us pretty quickly, and if we are convinced there's the need, we could either supplement this ordinance or do another one for the increased fees. Isn't that something you could do?
Your point's well taken.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Senator Hardy? Thank you, ma'am.
And Mayor Pro Tem,
Please.
could I just point out, too, we haven't raised any of these fees in 17 years, have we?
No.
1993 was the last time, and I don't know anything, any cost involved that has.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm pleased to see my reputation for being long-winded precedes me. I also understand that
3-minute clock, please.
Brevity is the soul of wit, so I'll keep it under 3 minutes. I'm Warren Hardy, representing the Associated Builders and Contractors of Nevada, 5070 Arville. I have to apologize to the council, and I have to apologize to Director Knight and his staff, because I've been out of the loop on this. Now, that blame resides with me, because I will tell you that nobody is better at reaching out to the industry than Director Knight and his staff. So any blame for us not being involved resides with me. I would indicate that I have not had an opportunity to talk to our membership about this. So my comments today are relying on 15 years of experience representing this particular association. This represents a bit of a Hobson's choice for us. Certainly we would be here if it were just the issue of raising the fees in opposition to that. Obviously, in this economic crisis we find ourselves in, we would oppose the increase of fees. But that decision, as it's been pointed out, does not exist in a vacuum. It's going to be difficult, and I think our members would tell you this, it would be difficult to determine which is worse, an increase of fees such as this, or not being able to rely on the timeliness of inspections. The holdovers are absolutely devastating to the industry. I would guess that the majority of my members, probably a bare majority, would say the holdovers are worse than the fee increases based on my past experience. So with that, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I'm here to oppose the fees and oppose the holdovers. I get to do that now because I don't have to fix the problem. You do. In all seriousness, though, that is a Hobson's choice for us. And we would, I think, probably likely take the position that our friends at AGC have, that this is a decision that we'll support you in. I would absolutely, adamantly, though, request a continual review of this process to see if it is, in fact, doing violence to the process, to the construction industry in Nevada. I think the idea that NAIOP has come up with is a good one, to have them not be automatic. However, we have consistently supported the concept and the idea of enterprise funds. They're well represented by the construction industry, and I can assure you if there is a problem, that group is going to be very, very vocal about the future increases. So with that, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I appreciate the opportunity to belatedly come and put our association on the record. I realize I haven't been very helpful. This is a difficult decision, and we appreciate your attention to our concerns.
I thought you might be an attorney or something.
Never made it that far.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Councilman Ross, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And Senator, thank you for your comments, and Suzette, thank you very much also. And I concur with Senator Hardy in regards to Director Knight reaching out and his staff. It's never popular to raise fees. We addressed some fee increases a couple of years ago. that this council was not supportive of, because it would have hurt small businesses. It would have hurt mom and pop shops. It would have hurt those businesses that are one and two man shops. And we didn't support it a couple of years ago. Here we are today, where we have a department we need to continue to maintain. We have got to provide that level of service. And it's not about saving someone's job. It's about saving the service levels. That's what the industry is going to demand from the City of Las Vegas. And that's what the City of Las Vegas should be providing. We should be the city where people want to do business in. We should be the people where it's the city that's inexpensive to do business in. We want to drive that. We want that volume here in the City of Las Vegas. Director Knight, you and I have talked about that. Betsy, you and I have talked about that. We have got to be the standard. We want everyone to do business here in the City of Las Vegas, not Henderson, not the county, but here. And we've got to streamline that process. We're not going to be here forever. This economy is the economy today. Will it change? Certainly. It does all the time.
Just gets worse.
Huh?
It just gets worse.
Just gets worse. But we also have got to give Director Knight the tools to continue to provide that level of service. And that's what it comes down to. Because when that contractor, that developer, is waiting for his inspectors to show up and they're not there, it's costing them money. If the motion that ever comes out of this discussion is that we, approve the 25%, and then Mr. Knight, I'd like to address that. Are you comfortable if a motion is made to bring any further increases back to this council? Is this going to be too devastating a blow, or, we have to kind of rely upon your counsel and guidance here.
The difficulty with us is we're going to have to repeat this process all over again. And it's been very difficult just to get to 25% and trying to get it down the road, where our study already says that we're 65% short, and we need to increase our fees 65%, and that's the reason. It is really up to the discretion of the council. I will do what you ask me to do, and if you ask me to come back in 2 years, I will come back in 2 years.
I ask Mayor Pro Tem.
May I make a real quick point of clarification?
Please.
The justification will be exactly the same.
Yes.
Roll forward 2 years, you're going to hear the exact same thing. The way this is set up has a cost-based nexus. One of the things that we haven't talked about here this morning is the fact that we are diligently working with our labor unions to reduce our cost. When I sat down with the NAIOP representatives, I indicated to them that this council has been passionate and aggressive about reducing the cost of delivering service. She even made in her comments a recognition, if you will, that we can't do that unilaterally. What we can do unilaterally is lay people off. And I do that with great, great hesitation. As you all know, this year alone, we had to lay off another 9 people to stabilize his fund for 2 years, just for 2 years. And look what it's done to the holdovers. We're going to be looking at the exact same thing. This has taken him well over 8 months. The cost of a consultant to come in and redesign a fee-based system that is responsive to the needs of this community, none of that's going to change 2 years from now or a year from now. But we will go back through the exact same justification. So, my thought is that we're setting up a system, and if it's the council's request that your management team bring to you the outcome of the discussion of the Enterprise Advisory Committee that Chris referenced as kind of your fail-safe, happy to do that. If we feel that it's something that's going to be too difficult for the industry to absorb based on what we know at that time, we will bring back an amendment to this ordinance that stays the implementation of the 10%. But we've already gone through this process in an effort to be able to get to this place, to set up a system that rights the balance, doesn't do 100% cost recovery. Chris will only get to 68 at the end of this. And we're going to do everything we can to drive down the cost of delivering service while maintaining those stringent service standards. We've done this through Performance Plus for the last 5 years with your leadership and your patience as we develop those systems. We can walk in here and tell you, if we don't have this, this is what it's going to do to the plans check. This is what it's going to do to inspections. This is how much it costs the industry. I just don't want to be back here 2 years from now saying, everybody went to Henderson because they charged enough to be able to have enough staff to be able to take it. We couldn't perform. That'd be the worst thing that could happen to
And
us.
that needed to be said, Mayor Pro Tem, that needed to be said, Betsy, so thank you very much for saying that. Because Senator and Suzette and with the AGC were here, and the home builders were here, because when that day comes, when things pick up in the industry, you guys are going to be screaming at us. We are not getting the level of service that we expect from the city of Las Vegas. And that's going to be a reality. And how are we going to address that? I think one thing that this has done is, Chris, it has created a much better fellowship, if you will, or circle of influence with the industries involved. And I think that needs to continue. I think that communication from the ABC, the AGC, NAOP, everybody, that still needs to continue. And we're going to get that input. We're available to all of you all the time. So, this isn't rocket science. So I think, Betsy, you're right. You absolutely needed to say that, certainly for the benefit of this councilman.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilman, we have a motion, please.
Well, yeah, and I'd be glad to make the motion, but I want to make one or two more comments. And this has, I think, been a healthy discussion, at least for me, because sometimes these things need to be fully vetted. We need to have these discussions and really get down to the nitty-gritty. And my first observation is that I've been on the council 6 years, and we've had a number of controversial things over the years. And usually when we have things that are somewhat controversial, we hear from people. We have 10 or 20 or 30 or 50 people out here standing up, no, don't do this, you can't do this, I'll go out of business. We really don't have anybody. Senator Hardy, respectfully to you, but I asked Chris, I said, who's objecting to this? And I went through the members of the Enterprise Fund Committee, and nobody is really objecting. There's nobody likes the increased fees, but people are recognizing it's kind of a cost-benefit analysis. We have to increase these fees to be able to afford the services that the folks want. So we really don't have people objecting to this. And then secondly, when Mr. Tarwater informed us about the wages that our employees are earning, we're not out of line. In fact, I think of the 3 or 4 examples you gave, Dan, we're lower than the other entities. And Suzette, respectfully, I don't know where you got your information, and maybe you and Dan need to hook up. If I'm wrong, or if he's wrong, let me know. But it seems that our employees aren't unfairly paid in comparison to other like employees in the other entities. So with that in mind, I'm persuaded that it's the right time. You want to interrupt me, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah.
I'm prepared to make a motion when you're ready.
Okay. Councilman Starbos?
Thank you. When I'm out in the community talking to folks, I don't really hear a lot of complaints about the building and safety department. I don't hear a lot of that. What I do hear a lot of is I'm going out of business, I'm laying people off, I can't make any money, I can't have more costs associated with what I want to do business in. That's what I'm hearing. So I don't think we've reached a point, and I know Chris has done a great job with efficiencies, and I completely understand it. I just don't think we're done with that yet. I think we need to continue doing more of that. We keep talking about the new city. I think we need to talk about new city, new innovations, privatization, whatever, in that particular department. And if it reaches a point where we've exhausted all that, maybe we can talk about fees, but I just don't think we've gotten there yet. I think we're just going to let's raise our fees by 25% and eventually 50%, and I just don't think it's the right time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. I believe that what we've been going through for the last 2 years now, maybe 2.5 years, starting back in 2007 when we started to see some of the revenues slip, and on into 08, 09, and now here in 10, with the revenues continuing to be in the negative. In order for us to remain whole, we have to do a nice mix and a blend of a lot of variety of very important but difficult decisions at the same time. We've had a number of employees that the city has had to lay off within the last year or so. And that was very tough. At what point do we now start to look at other opportunities to avoid more layoffs, to avoid the impact to services in which we provide our residents? And as difficult as it is, we do have to look at opportunities that make sense in order to raise and adjust fees accordingly and appropriately. Everyone's feeling the pinch, and it's not over yet, because the economists continue to report on CNBC, standing before us here at our podium before the council. You listen to the economists that come before North Las Vegas, Henderson, Clark County. They're all saying the same thing, that it's not getting any better. It's a very tough decision, but we have been placed here to make those tough decisions. And unfortunately, we've reached a point to where as we have identified an area here at the City of Las Vegas that has not seen any increase in over 17 years. And my driver's license has gone up twice since then. And I don't believe I've had my driver's license that long. But, right, I wasn't even driving 17 years ago. But my driver's license has gone up, twice since then. This is an opportunity for us to take advantage of. And I understand what the industry position is. I really do. But it has to be a blend, and that's what we're attempting to do, really blend this opportunity of reducing the labor, trying to adjust and save where we can in order to provide the same level of services. But unfortunately, a lot of our services, whether it be to our youth and our senior communities, have been impacted. Few council meetings ago, we had a lot of discussion in regards to leisure services and those recreational opportunities that had to go away or be amended or adjusted, or on the way coming in FY11. In particular, Reed Whipple, for example, that discussion is still alive and kicking. And so those are all the blended programs and services and labor costs that we've addressed, and now we're addressing the possibility of an increase. I believe that it's the right area as it relates to this city, and looking forward to an opportunity, if in fact this vote moves forward, to it coming back before us at a future date, Mr. Knight, to let us know, Betsy, if in fact it's the right time to make any adjustments forward or adjustments backwards, depending on where we are in the economy. So with that, I believe this blended mix that we've been working toward, and that this won't be the last conversation that we have, because we'll be sitting right back here at this dais next year talking about the same conversation and line items. Where do we go, forwards or backwards, or the status quo? And so those are my comments, Mayor Pro Tem, and I thank the council for sharing their thoughts and positions on this very difficult decision that's before us here today. But that's why we're here, as the leaders of this great city, to make these decisions for the greater good of our great city.
Thank you, Councilman. I just got to make one comment to our esteemed senator, ex-senator here. You put me out of business, not my barbershop, too, raising them business taxes all this time. So, I think we're even. Councilman Wolf, can we have a motion, please?
Yes, I'm prepared to make the motion. Mr. Steed, are you there? The appropriate terminology is to move for the adoption of this bill as amended or as second amended?
In its second amendment form.
Okay. So my motion is to approve this ordinance as a second amended bill as read.
Thank you. Cast your vote, please. Please post. Thank you. Item 53 and 54, bills 2010-38 and 2010-39 are eligible for adoption at a later meeting. We move on to new bills. New bills, item 55, 56, bills number 2010-40 and 2010-41 will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Tuesday, September the 14th, 2010. Can we have these bills read, please, Mr. Steed?
Yes, thank you. Bill number 2010-40, an ordinance to authorize under certain circumstances an extension of time regarding the expiration of certain nonconforming uses and to provide for other related matters. And bill number 2010-41, an ordinance to update the city's licensing regulations governing ice cream trucks, including revised provision concerning hours of operation and signage, and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you. Councilman Barlow and Councilman Anthony, will you be available, please?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I would like to assign Councilman Barlow and Councilman Anthony to these bills. Thank you very much. Morning session now in recess until 1 o'clock. Thank you.
sitting up here.
It says 1 o'clock right there. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We'd like to call this afternoon order, our City Council back to order. Our first item is any item from the afternoon session that the council, staff, and/or the applicant wish to be strictly held in advance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. But before we hear from Councilman Wolfson, I do need to excuse the mayor today, who is down in Coronado Island in San Diego, taking care of business down there today. So, Steve, please.
Yes, sir. Mayor Pro Tem, thank you. Item number 59, a hearing to consider appeal regarding notice and declaration of chronic nuisance at 628 South Las Vegas Boulevard. The request is this matter be obeyed to September 15th, 2010, request by Metro. Item number 77, SUP 38137, applicant Futura Envia, Inc., owner Thrifty Payless, Inc., at 3882 West Sahara Avenue. Request to obey to October 20th, 2010, said request by the applicant. And finally, Mayor Pro Tem, item number 85, ROC 38969, applicant owner Garrett Group, LLC, 2237 West Charleston Boulevard. The request is to obey this to our November 3rd, 2010 meeting, said request by the applicant. So save and accept. I guess we just move to take action.
Are there any other items we need to bring forward at this time? We accept motion.
Thank you. Hearing none, then I would make my motion consistent with my comments.
Thank you. Cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. We'll try trail item number 58. Councilman Barlow gets here. Items number 60 and 61 on the consent agenda are considered to be routine and are recommended for approval by the Department of Planning and Development. Can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda, items 60 and 61, please?
I'll make that motion.
We've got a motion for approval. Cast your votes. Please vote. Motion carries. Items 62 through 70 may be considered in one motion vote. They are considered routine public hearing items with no condition changes. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the applicant recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from the portion of the agenda. Item 62 is a GPA 38525 applicant, City of Las Vegas, owner, Community Bank of Nevada, et al. Request for a general plan amendment from Desert Rural to Service Commercial on 1.93 acres at 3810, 3820, and 3830 North Jones Boulevard. This is in Ward 6, Councilman Ross's ward. Item number 63 is a special use permit 38590, applicant owner, Community Bank of Nevada. Request for a special use permit to reestablish an abandoned car wash, self-service use with waivers to allow the use to be located 0 feet from a residential property where a minimum of 200 feet or an 80-foot right-of-way is required for separation, and to allow the use to not be operated in conjunction with another motor vehicle related use at 3810 Jones Boulevard. This is also in Councilman Ross's ward. Item number 64 is a GPA 38526, applicant, City of Las Vegas, owner, School Board of Trustees. Request for a general plan amendment from C Commercial to PF Public Facilities on 1.76 acres at 1300 Pauline Way. This is in Ward 3. Number 65 is a GPA 38527. General plan amendment, public hearing, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas. Request for a general plan amendment from C Commercial to public facilities on 2.53 acres at 800 North Martin L. King Boulevard. This is in Ward 5, Councilman Barlow's ward. Item number 66 is GPA 38528. Applicant owner, City of Las Vegas. Request for a general plan amendment from L, low density residential, and PROS, Park Recreational Open Space, to public facilities on 5.2 acres at 6230 Garwood Avenue and 6200 Hargrove Avenue in Ward 1, Councilman Tarkanian's ward. Item number 67 is a GPA 38529, applicant, City of Las Vegas. Owner, School Board of Trustees. Request for a general plan amendment from Light Industrial Research to public facilities on 14.44 acres at 245 North Pecos Road. This is in Ward 3. Item number 68 is the zoning 38530. Applicant, City of Las Vegas. Owner, School Board of Trustees. Request for a rezoning from industrial to civic on 14.44 acres at 245 North Pecos Road. This is also in Ward 3. Item number 69 is ROC 38919, applicant owner, Canyon Ridge Christian Church. Request for a review of condition number 2 of a previously approved site development plan review, which required the removal of the modular building on a portion of 25.14 acres at 6200 West Lone Mountain Road in Ward 6, Councilman Ross's ward. And finally, item number 70 is a vacation 38583, applicant Neon Museum, owner, City of Las Vegas. Petition to vacate a 5-foot wide, 220-foot long public utility easement between Las Vegas Boulevard and Encanto Drive, approximately 72 feet south of McWilliams Avenue in Ward 5, Councilman Barlow's ward. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval for items 62 through 68, and item number 70, and staff recommends approval of item 69. All items are public hearings, which I now declare open. Is there anyone from the public wishing to speak on these items? Councilman Ross, please.
I don't need to speak on the items, Mayor Pro Tem. On agenda item 69, I do need for the record, I am in the notification area. However, that has no bearing on my voting on the item.
Thank you very much.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, ma'am.
Could we just have Margot make a comment on item number 66, where we seem to have a lot of confusion as we go out? I think people are thinking there are going to be changes. There are not going to be any changes related to this item. It's just a matter of bookkeeping. Is that correct?
Margot,
Mayor Pro
please.
Tem and Councilwoman, yes, that is correct. These amendments are getting the map updated so that the zoning and the general plan are in conformance. The uses will remain the same. There is no changes that are proposed.
Okay. I know there is some confusion as it goes out to the public, and I had 3 people call in as protests, but I don't think they realize that it's just changing it as it should be, bringing it up to date, and that it will not cause any change whatsoever on what's there on the property now.
Absolutely correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Margot. Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Barlow, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And Margot, in regards to item number 65, this is a GPA, a general plan amendment for the Andre Agassi 80 Guy Recreational Facility, Boys and Girls Club. And so if you'll speak to that item also, because I want to make sure that the community is clear as to what we're doing with this facility as well, and its current uses and future
Yes,
uses as
sir.
well.
And Mr. Mayor, again, these are public facilities, in this case, a school facility. This will ensure that it remains that. The change in the general plan does not change the use, nor will it in the future. It is ensuring that this property will remain as public facilities.
Okay, and Mayor Pro Tem, if you will,
Please.
item 70, also if you'll speak to item number 70 as far as the vacation for the Neon Museum.
It may be easier for us to pull these items off of one motion, one vote. Okay.
Go ahead.
Number 7.
I'm sorry, Council, I just wanted clarification, not necessarily pull it, but I just wanted for clarification.
If I may,
Margot?
Bart Anderson, Public Works,
Bart.
I'll respond to that. There's an existing public utility easement that the city's interest in that would be for possible future sewer lines. We don't have any sewer lines there, nor do we anticipate any, and as we're redeveloping the Neon Museum, we want to get rid of all the underlying easements that are no longer necessary.
Okay, and thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. To close public hearing, do we have a motion, please? Mr. Hodges, please.
Before you close.
We need your name, though.
Yeah, my name's Anthony Hodges. I'm glad you're going to reading them all, and you see you do a lot of only one motion, but at least you read them, and that's important. But then you got at least 2 or 3 in there that you're kind of dickling back and forth about. That's wonderful. But the main thing is when it says involve the public, okay, you got to be a little more specific, because sometimes the public don't understand what's going by. Now, you mentioned something about some land for the school and whatever, and they'd stay that way if they need it down the road and whatever. But some of these things, the public really don't have any inconsistency of what's really happening. So sometimes you have to go a little slow, and some of these items, you may have to pull them out and explain them a little better. I know they all said approved. That's wonderful. So if you get to the next one, be disapproved. But don't worry about it. Thanks a lot.
Those items are currently schools, and we're just correcting errors in our rezoning. Margaret, explain it to Mr. Hodges one more time, please.
Again, Mayor Pro Tem, these properties are public facilities and schools, and we're making sure that the general plan designation and the zoning are in conformance, and that they remain as schools and public facilities. There is no change to the
That's all we're
facility.
doing.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Can we have a motion, please? You'll close the public hearing. Steve?
My motion is for approval consistent with the recommendations from staff on items 62 through 70.
You've heard the motion. Cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. At this time, we'll go back to item number 58, which is hearing is possible action to consider the appeal regarding 30 days vacate nuisance order and notice in order to comply located at 1101 North Las Vegas Boulevard. Property owner Brenda Griggs. This is in Ward 5, Councilman Barlow's ward. Mr. Smith, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response.
The purpose and background is the subject property was determined to be a public nuisance as defined in Las Vegas Municipal Code Title IX dealing with nuisances. A 30-day vacate nuisance notice in order to comply was mailed to the property owner to correct the public nuisance as defined in Las Vegas Municipal Code Title 9.04.010 dealing with nuisances and Section 202 of the Uniform Housing Code. Las Vegas Municipal Code 9.04.010, 5, zoning violation, Housing Code 1001.2, inadequate sanitation, 12 and 13, Housing Code Chapter 10, substandard building, Chapter 6, structural requirements, and Chapter 9, fire protection systems. 1001.04 nuisance, Section 1.0015, protection, Section 1103, vacate order, Section 505.3, kitchen section 7.01.2, electrical equipment, and Las Vegas Municipal Code 16.04.010, International Residential Code R308, glazing, R1311, means of egress, R1313, smoke alarms. A copy of the notice and order was posted on the property. Today's hearing is to consider the appeal to the 30-day vacate notice in order to comply, filed by Brenda Griggs, owner and responsible party. The recommendation is the City Council approve the 30-day vacate nuisance in order to comply. Just a little bit of history on this. When we started this case started on April 31st. We've gone to the property. The health department has posted several rooms. We have bed bugs in 8 of the 40 units, and when we have bed bugs in the 8, we're required to vacate rooms on either left, right, above, or below those units, which would be a total of 24. There's no smoke detectors. We have leaking plumbing, door hardware in disrepair, so they could not exit in case of a fire. We have some units with no windows in it. We have over 50 calls for service for Metro so far this year. The property is currently licensed as a motel, and they're renting it out long-term to be used as an apartment. Actually, the property right now is in foreclosure, and the bank is involved in this, and we've had several units on the property with interruption of power. So just because of all these things, we've asked for them to be corrected. The property owner has failed to come into compliance, and that's why we're here today asking for a vacate of the premises.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Is Ms. Griggs here, or a representative?
I'm the representative for Mrs. Griggs. My name is Terry Bennett. I have a letter from Mrs. Griggs concerning everything he's just said. For the most part, she's hiring me to go through and renovate her property. I've gone through and looked at most of everything that they had on her list and the pictures that she had. Most of the things they show are primarily superficial. A lot of it's due to the clientele that she had who were very destructive. This letter here is a letter from her with her intentions of what she plans to do. So she wants to fight the appeal on the grounds that she needs a little bit more time to initiate any possible work. When they put the notices on all the doors stating that she had 30 days to vacate all these rooms, everybody was there said, well, if we're going to have to leave, why should we have to pay? So for 30 days, she's gone without any payment from any of these people. I've spoken with Jim and Tony, who came out, code enforcement, who came on the property, and explained to them my purpose and intent, and they were very agreeable and understood what I was saying. We had a good conversation. She wants to change her business license. She wants to go to monthly, and she wants to, instead of turning it into an apartment complex, she wants to utilize it for independent living facility for mental health.
Okay. Councilman Barlow, what would be your choice?
I have some questions first, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay.
Devin, when did we present notice to this property?
Originally, we issued notice on April 31st of these problems that were inherent to this property. We've been working with them.
Okay, then let me re-ask the question. How did we find out about the issues at this property which led us to come in contact with the property?
We received a call from, I believe it was one of the tenants on premise, about the conditions there, and when we get those calls, we go out and we investigate. We found the property to be in a state of such disrepair that we chose to do a full-on inspection of the whole property, each room, At that point, we would issue notice to the property owner to repair these things or make some attempt to do something. And as of today, nothing has been done out there in over 4 months.
And this is April 31st was when we first made contact at this property?
That's when the case was opened, yes.
That's when the case was open. And some of the things that you mentioned in your conversation today was that you found out that there were no smoke detectors, no windows in the property, and the property was being rented out for long-term apartment.
Long-term, correct.
Long-term apartment. Now, what is the property currently zoned for on record?
It's zoned and licensed as a hotel, or as a motel, which allows somebody to stay there 7 days. It's a short-term rental use is what it would be used for.
Okay, and so your name is Mr. Terry? Terry Bennett?
Terry Bennett.
Terry Bennett.
Yes, Jim Shadrack, who was here.
Well,
present.
hold on one second, Mr. Bennett. I need to address you for a moment.
Okay.
Being that you're representing your client, why did your client move from the motel use to an apartment long-term use without the appropriate licenses from the city of Las Vegas?
Well, okay, I have to state, I'm only aware of what's gone on from the 10th of August to this date. Prior to that, I mean, I have spoken with her to a degree.
Well, that's a very critical piece for my decision here today, so
well,
either you can answer that question or you
I can answer it to a degree, only in basic conversation with her. Part of it is the area of town that this is in, Washington and Las Vegas Boulevard. Some of the people that stay there get monthly checks. They stay, they'll move out for a week and can come back and stay for a month. Not every room is being used by monthly tenants, only several.
Let me ask you a question, Mr. Bennett. Are you going to do the renovation at this site?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And how long have you been doing renovations? Is this your business?
Yeah, well, I was a construction manager for...
Do you have a business?
No, I'm just an individual. I don't have a business.
Are you licensed?
No. But there's nothing in here that needs licensing.
So you're not licensed and you're not a businessman. No. How long have you been doing renovations?
I was a construction manager for Richmond American Homes and for Lennar here in town, and I got laid off, and I've switched over to doing...
Okay, so my question, being that you've been around town and you've done a lot of developments for various companies, would this site be a site that you would consider to be under par or at par when it comes to living conditions?
Under par.
Under par?
Yes.
Okay.
Your Honor, if I may, just for the record, we would require, if she was to renovate this, first of all, it would have to be done by a licensed contractor. It could not be a maintenance man because of the issues that are involved in there, the electrical, the structural. We would need rehab permits pulled by a licensed contractor, and a licensed contractor would be required by our own ordinances to conduct the work.
Okay. And your recommendation also would be for a notice to abate?
Well, first of all, what we would do is we would have them vacate the property.
Notice to vacate?
And at that point, if they chose not to rehab it, that would be their option. If it stayed in the condition it is now, we'd require them to secure it.
How many people currently is residing at this location, to your understanding?
We don't really know. We believe that, well, we know there's 40 units. We believe possibly about 24 of them might be occupied, up to 40 of them, but we can't really verify who's supposed to be there and who's not. The bottom line is it's a hotel motel that she has not been paying her room taxes on, so even if she's using it as a hotel motel, she's not paying her room taxes.
Okay,
So
I don't want to go down that road, Devin, if you will. 40 units, approximately 20 people. Do you know how many people are staying there, Mr. Bennett?
There's 18 rooms occupied at this moment.
18 rooms occupied. If we were to move forward with the notice to vacate, how will we assist those residents who are currently staying there?
Well, technically, because of it being a hotel motel, nobody should be there longer than 7 days. So we issued the vacate notice about 25 days ago. So as a hotel motel and only being allowed to be there 7 days, there really shouldn't be any need for assistance by, the use of the property.
Okay, but I want to provide some level of assistance, so how can you assist me with that?
What I'd have to do is I'd get with our management, Lisa Morris, and see if there was some type of assistance we could do
Okay.
to assist these people.
Ms. Morris, would you come to the microphone, please? Can you provide a level of understanding as to how we can assist the approximately 18 people at this location?
Yes, we would be able to figure out, we could probably help them with some, telling them where there might be some vacancies, but as far as financial assistance, we don't have that.
I'm not asking
But
for
yes,
financial assistance.
we can definitely find out.
I'm asking for referrals.
Referral, absolutely.
Okay. Then my motion at this time, Mayor and Council, would be to move forward to follow staff's recommendation to move forward with the notice to vacate. What is the vacation as far as the date in which they need to be out?
It would be this Friday.
This Friday. By this Friday would be my recommendation. We also, I would like to condition staff to assist those individuals in the 18 units to receive assistance from the City of Las Vegas as far as referrals as to where, in fact, they could move to. Also, Mr. Bennett, if you will deliver a message to your client and inform your client, and I'm pretty sure they're watching right now, this isn't the type of operation that I want running in my ward. I don't like the fact of this very decrepit property being ran and them collecting rents on the backs of individuals who are vulnerable. If, in fact, they're going to run a business within my ward, they're going to do it at grade or above grade, and that's the level in which we're going to operate. So at this point, that will be my motion to follow staff's recommendations plus those conditions.
Thank you. We've heard the motion. This is not a public hearing.
Your Honor, if I may, this gentleman is a representative for the actual lender, and he's offering some assistance with us on that, so if you'd like to hear from him.
I would love to.
Okay, we'll open up a public hearing. First of all, we'll have Mr. Hodges speak.
Well, I want to be really swift. It said it got bed bug. I think we've been hearing it on the news. We got a national crisis with bed bug. And them fellas are pretty hard to kill. So if all the mattresses in that place are loaded with bed bugs, whatever, it sounds like they need to vacate that place, period. It costs thousands of dollars to kill bed, but they found out the only way they can really kill them nowadays is to kind of dehydrate them, starve them, whatever. So these fellas are worse than roaches. They're pretty tough. So I just want to let them know this place sounds like it's in a horrifying position. And so it may need to be, I ain't trying to tear it down or whatever, but right now it sounds horrible, Mr. Ballo, so be very careful.
Thank you. Yes, sir, please. No, this gentleman back here.
Thank you. Lance Earl, Holland & Hart, 3800 Howard Hughes Parkway. I represent the lender of this property, which is a company, Pantheon 1101, Las Vegas. Councilman Barlow, specifically, we've made attempts to contact Ms. Griggs to provide security for the property, to get in there. That we understood that there was some vandalism, windows being broken. When the city came in and issued its notice to vacate, we understand that while they red tagged the doors, some of those doors were reopened forcibly. And we'd be happy to provide security if we're doing it. We're going through the legal process right now. Ms. Griggs' bankruptcy was recently dismissed. One of the findings was that the property had been grossly mismanaged. Unfortunately, just because of timing, we've not been able to go in and get a receiver appointed to get access to the property. But if we're allowed, we'll provide immediate security for the property in order to secure it, to keep it from being vandalized further, and to assist those who are leaving to be able to do so in an orderly manner. I mean, it's not our intention to make it more difficult for those who are currently there. But additionally, we want to be able to come in and begin making renovations and repairs immediately. But at this point, we haven't been able to do that just because of so if we have the ability to do it, we'll provide the security to help those who are leaving to be able to move their items and to do that in an orderly way so that there won't be further damage to the property or other potential altercations that might occur.
Right. Mr. Rowe, and I really appreciate that and you stepping forward and providing us with that level of information. Unfortunately, I can't get in between the legal matters between you and the current owner, Ms. Griggs. However, I don't foresee the City of Las Vegas holding anyone back from going in and making any upgrades moving forward, because anything better than what we have currently at this location is better than what we have. So I support wholeheartedly, and I'm pretty sure Neighborhood Services would support it as well, as far as your institution coming in and providing the level of security as well as the upgrades that is most definitely needed for this asset. So I would also like to condition that Neighborhood Services work with all parties involved so that we can get this property up to where it needs to be moving forward. And if in fact your client or yourself want to come back to apply for an apartment or whatever other use it is, my door is wide open. I'm happy to speak to you all about that. Currently, Mr. Bennett, the way in which your client is operating this location is out of compliance, is non-compliant, it's in violation of the city's code. So we have it on the books as a motel. It can only be ran as a motel. It cannot be ran as a long-term apartment because it's not zoned for that, nor is it licensed for that. And so I can't allow that to continue to move forward. So, Mr. Rowe, I'm happy to work with your office moving forward, as well as Mr. Bennett and his client, Ms. Griggs, as well. But as of right now, I'm moving for the place to be shut down until further notice and further applications come forward to be in compliant with the City of Las Vegas codes.
Councilman?
Thank you. And if Neighborhood Services would help us contact Ms. Griggs, that we could arrange something, it would be very helpful for us to do that, and they've been helpful to this point. But thank you, Councilman.
Okay. So with that, Mayor Pro Tem, my motion will be to deny the appeal that's before this council today.
Thank you. You've heard the motion. Cast your vote. Please post. And motion carries. Mr. Bennett, I would suggest you get your a license in order to do this work.
Well, all the work in there, primarily, there are only a couple of lecturers. You're talking about...
We had staff say that you had, if you're working on this at this location, you got to have a contractor's license.
But everything is superficial.
It's just a word of warning. Thank you. Our next item is 71, 72, 73, 74, and 75. 71 is GPA 37567, request to amend a portion of the southeast sector plan for the general plan from LO, Designated Residential Office. 72 is rezoning 37568, request for rezoning from single-family residential to professional office and parking. 73 is a variance 37570, request for a variance to allow 4 parking spaces where 7 spaces are required. 74 is a variance 37976, request for a variance to allow a 4-foot setback from the west property line where residential adjacency standards require a 5-foot setback. Item 75 is a site development review 37569, request for a site development plan review for the conversion of an existing 1,890 square foot residence to an office and waivers of perimeter landscape standards to allow 0-foot buffers along the south and east perimeter where 15 feet is required and 0-foot buffers along the north and west perimeters where 8 feet is required. Note the waivers to allow a 0-foot buffer along the south perimeter where 15 feet is required and a 0-foot buffer along north perimeter where 8 feet is required are no longer needed. The applicant owner is Judith Pena. The project is located on 0.16 acres at 222 South Blue Street. Planning Commission and staff recommend denial of all items. These items are in Ward 3. This is in Ward 3. And the public hearing, which is, I now declare open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. Thank you for hearing me. My name is Kelvin Haywood. I represent the client. We held this particular project in advance from the last time we came to allow us to go meet with yourself, meet with staff to come up with the best solution for this client. And if you notice the site plan that we worked with staff and came up with, if you look, notice on the south side of the property, we actually exceed the 15-foot buffer. So we, on the north side, we increased landscaping along between her property and the adjacent property. Along the west side, well, that's just a concrete walkway, so there's no way to increase it. That's the only reason we didn't do it there, because it's an existing facility. But on the east side, we increased landscaping as well. We work with them on the parking. We kept the handicap parking space. We have parking on the site. And so we tried to come up with the best possible solution for the city, for the client to operate this facility and change it from a from a residence to a business.
And what are you doing to the residence itself?
Right now, it's if you look at it, it's like a aqua type color. She's certainly going to upgrade it and paint the existing building more earth color, so it'll be beautified that way with the landscaping on the inside. She's going to go in and do a tenant improvement to bring it pretty much up to par. Right now, it's just an empty building.
Thank you. For those in the audience, this is right on the corner of Bruce and Fremont Street, across from Howard Hollingsworth Elementary School. Bruce Street is quite heavily traveled. At this point in time, it's just pretty hard to have people come in there and live at this residence. This is a public hearing. I'll declare it open. Mr. Hodges, please.
Well, this has been quite a day. Earlier you had some saying approval, and now you got about 5 or 6 in a row that say deny, whatever. So what I'm saying, when planning and staff agree on something together, well, hey, you got a pretty heavy situation. Whatever it is, it does sound like a lot of single residents, and I hope a lot of these single family people are not being hurt, as an individuals, as families. Now, if you're going to turn something over and rezone it and whatever, that's horse for another color. But right now, it says single family on a lot of it. And so that means residents could be involved. So I hope we don't have to be,
Mr. Hodges, this property's been vacant for quite some time.
Oh, it has been vacant quite a while? All right, thank you very much. My apology.
Margot, please.
And if I may, Mayor Pro Tem, the plans that have been submitted are referenced in your conditions, that these are the site plan and landscape plan, date stamped July 26th. So these were subsequent to when it was last before you. And as was noted in the SDR, a significant number of the waivers have been eliminated by the redesign.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? Anyone else from the public wishing to speak on these items? Seeing no one, will close the public hearing. I'll make a motion on item number 71 for approval of this item, please, with all conditions. Cast your vote. Please post. And on item 72, I'll make the same motion. Cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. Now, Margaret, do we need any changes on item 73 and 74?
No, sir. All the changes have been made.
Okay. So we'll follow staff's recommendation. We'll make a motion for approval of item number 73 with all conditions as they're changed. Cast your vote. Please post. And item number 74, I'll make a motion to approve with all changes as corrected and changed. Cast your vote. Please post. And on the site development review, I will tell Mr. Haywood, thank you very much for you and your client working with our office and coming to me a positive solution to a problem that was really, really sticky.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Your Honor. Counsel.
And I'll make a motion to approve item number 75 with all conditions as changed. Cast your vote. Please post. Motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 76, it's been tabled, re-notification, special use permit, applicant Calvin Peterson, owner Kimtari Fortson et al., appeal from the denial by the Planning Commission for a request for a special use permit for an auto repair garage minor with service bay doors facing the public right-of-way on .44 acres at 1501 West Cary Avenue. This is in Ward 5, Councilman Barlow's ward. Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. The applicant is present. We'd be glad to hear from you, sir.
Good afternoon. I'm Calvin Peterson. And actually, I'm here to seek council's approval. We've actually worked with Councilman Barlow's office to do some changes to the building and to make it look very decent in the neighborhood. We've stuccoed the building. We've painted. We've also done a lot of things in the parking lot, trying to correct a few little issues in there. And also just we've taken a lot of recommendations from council, and we just seeking your approval.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Anyone from the public wish to speak on these items? Seeing no one, will close the public hearing. Councilman Barlow, please.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, thank you, and thank you, Mr. Peterson, as well as Ms. Fountain, for working with my office in regards to this site. You all know from our very first discussions that I really had no interest in moving forward with another automotive business at this location due to a lot of issues that we had prior with the previous tenant that was there and the blight that it was causing on that corner, and specifically with the upgrade of this area that we've just come in and improving the street in this area. I wanted to make sure that the entire corridor of Martin Luther King remained the most beautiful Martin Luther King in the nation. And so being that this is a entryway into the ward and into the city, you assured me that you would make it look attractive by going in and doing the stucco work, the repainting, the changing of the windows, the bays, removing the storage to the rear of the facility, upgrading the landscaping. And I appreciate that. I do have a question in regards to the conversation that we had as far as the rocks or the ground coverage for the landscaping area. What are your plans of moving forward for that versus just leaving it dirt?
Currently, we do have some landscaping in there. We plan on adding some more in, and then once we're done with all the landscaping, we're going to add some rock, ground rock in there.
Okay, the decorative rock. And also, I know I mentioned the resurfacing of the parking lot, and I know that it was at this time a little cost prohibitive, but I would like to see that actually happen as far as the resurfacing of that parking lot. When do you foresee having the ability to accomplish that task?
Well, I think as we discussed, I think after I'm in there for 6 months to a year, I believe that we can have the parking lot resurfaced.
Okay. And Margot, will I have an opportunity to, if I place a condition for the resurfacing of the parking lot, the striping and the resurfacing of the parking lot, we can bring this back a year from now as a condition?
If I made the restriping, you could place the condition that it be done within a year or 6 months or whatever you choose.
Well, the striping shouldn't take, the striping is more so the resurfacing
and the
because the
resurfacing.
striping can take place immediately.
Right.
Yes.
That's just a matter of getting a stencil and some paint.
Correct.
And going out and doing that.
If you place the condition, then within a time period, then staff goes out and makes the inspection. If they have not done so, then they would bring that back before you. If they have done so, then they continue on.
Okay, then we'll do that. So I'll put a 12-month condition on this item for it to come back before council if, in fact, it's the resurfacing of the parking lot is not complete. If it is, then it will be no need for them to come back before council.
Okay, so then that would be, the site shall be, the parking area shall be resurfaced and restriped within 1 year.
Yes. And also that the landscaping must be maintained. How do we put that into the
That is
condition?
a requirement of
That's
code,
just a
sir.
requirement
Yes.
of the code? Okay, that the landscaping remain appropriate and up to par. And I want to also address the outside storage. By no means do I want any outside storage, so if in fact, I know we mentioned if a car is pulled into your site overnight, that's fine to be addressed the following morning, but as far as outside storage for longer than a 48-hour, 72-hour period, then I want us to be able to address that as well, Margot.
Correct.
Margot?
Yes, that again is not allowed by code, and that would be part of what the re-inspections are for.
Okay.
If I may, one question, sir, and that is the existing condition that is proposed before you is that the existing chain link fence shall be repaired within 30 days of approval, and they have done that, so we might remove that condition if you wish to do so.
Yes, I would like to remove that condition because the tarping and the fencing has been addressed. Okay, and also lighting. Let's speak about lighting. I want to make sure that it's appropriately lit, and your hours of operation. What will be your hours of operation?
Well, I believe I put in my justification letter be like 8 to like 6 p.m. That would be wintertime. Of course, summertime's hours may change, may go a little longer. Nothing after dark.
Okay, so we'll set a sunset of 8 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll say as early as 7 a.m. and no later than 8 p.m., and then you can basically adjust your hours accordingly without having to come back before us.
Correct.
Is that fair?
It's fair.
Okay. Bart, Margot, do you all have any additional information?
No, sir.
Okay.
So the
Margot?
two added conditions would be that the hours shall be limited to 7 a.m. to 8 p.m., and that the parking area shall be repaved and restriped within 1 year, and we would then also be deleting number 3.
That is correct. And are you agreeable to that? Okay. State your name for the record, since you're here.
I'm Robbie Forks, and I'm
Speak into the
one of
microphone, please. I said Fountain. I apologize.
Yeah,
Fortson.
I'm Robbie Forks, and I'm one of the owners of the property.
Okay, appreciate it. Okay, so with that being said, I'll move for approval subject to all conditions in this matter.
As
And
amended?
good luck to you.
As
Thank
amended,
you.
sir?
Thank you.
As amended.
As amended.
Thank you very much. Cast your vote, please. Please post. Motion carried.
Thank you.
Item number 78 is the rezoning 38618. Applicant owner Teamsters Local Union 631 request for rezoning from RE residence estates to C1 limited commercial on 2.14 acres adjacent to the west side of Land Boulevard, approximately 285 feet north of Bonanza Road. This is in Ward 3. Planning Commission staff recommend approval. Good to see you guys.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Gary Leopold on behalf of Aptus Group, 1200 South 4th Street in Las Vegas. Today, the two green parcels that show on the map in front of you. The land is currently zoned RE. We're asking for a conforming zone change to C1. This will allow the union to proceed over the next little while with an application for a training center on the site, which would be a trade school, which is permitted use under the C1. This entire block is basically a union campus for IBEW, plumbers and pipe fitters, and for the Teamsters as well. Right at this point, they're in the final throes of securing a HUD grant under the Economic Development Initiative Program. That grant, when approved, will cover about 20% of the cost of developing that facility. So with the approval of that grant and some internal processes the union has to go through, they would be coming forward with a site plan at that time. They've owned the property for about 13 years. It's adjacent to existing business office, and that's been the long-term intent all along. So,
Thank you. You're going to be challenged, though. You see what the plumbers have over there, and you see what the IBEW has done, so you Teamsters are going to have to be on the ball. You got to be better, bigger and better.
well, this is Steve Lopresti, he's a business agent from the union, and I'm sure you can ask him any questions about that.
Steve,
we are looking at.
You got any comments you want to make, Steve?
Yeah, Steve Lopresti, 7485 Ulam Drive.
You agree you're going to make something bigger and better, right?
Yes, said 46,000 square feet is my original plan.
Good, thanks. This is a public hearing. Mr. Hodges?
Gentlemen, I'm just teasing. At the union, you did a thing, and you got these training facilities and whatever, and you're making everything big and better, like you said, and good luck to you. Have a good day. Like you too.
Well, thank you.
Councilman Ross?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I need to disclose at this time I am an IBEW member, which you mentioned I no longer represent the Building Trades Council, which Teamsters Local 631 is a member of, so in that capacity, while I'm no longer representing the Teamsters Local 631, I will be voting on this item.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions of the applicants? Hearing none, we'll close the public hearing. I'll make a motion to follow staff and Planning Commission's recommendation for approval of this item with all conditions, please. Cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. Good luck, you guys.
Thank you. We thank council and staff. Thank you.
Item number 79 is applicant owner. It's a variance 328. Applicant owner is Coheva and Azrikam Cohen. Request for a variance to allow a 4-foot side yard setback where 5 feet is required for an existing enclosed attached carport on 0.18 acres at 4718 Lorna Place. This is in Ward 1, Councilman Tarkanian's ward. The staff recommends the Planning Commission with a 6-1 vote recommends approval. Are the applicants present?
Yes, sir. I'm Azrikam Cohen.
We need your name and address, please.
It's 4718 Lorna Place.
And you are the applicant?
Well, my sister, she's the one who owned the house, and I live with her there.
Okay. Is there anything you want to ask us or anything you want to say to us?
I'm sorry?
Is there anything you want to say to us or ask us?
No, we asked to approve it, and I didn't know what's the procedure.
Okay.
It's for me, I have no experience with this.
Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing. Any neighbors here wish to speak on this item? See no one will close public hearing. Councilman Tarkanian, how would you like to proceed, dear?
We can proceed.
Okay. It sounds like it's all up to you.
You're just tossing it to me. Okay. You're only asking for 1 foot difference. I can see that you're right up next to a very busy establishment that causes you a lot of noise.
Right, that was...
Are you going to be fixing up the front of the house too?
Well, we're waiting until they stop us from doing anything, but since it will be okay, then we can complete the whole front of the house.
Well, that would be good. That would be good because that would help too, and in that area we do want to keep up the houses and the landscaping with the houses. So do I get a commitment from you on that?
Yes, we're going to do it.
Okay, good. For the 1 foot difference, I don't think that's a problem. I can understand why you need that, and I don't think it's a self-imposed problem. I think it exists because of the very busy business next to you, so I move to approve.
Any question on the motion? Hearing none, cast your vote. Please post.
Now that means you can go back and do that. You have approval and fix up the front yard and landscaping.
I'll do it.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Items 80 and 81 is a variance 38-582, request for a variance to allow 2 accessory structures, Class 2 private horse stable and hay barn, for a total of 7,983 square feet, where 1,308 square feet is the maximum floor area allowed. Item number 81 is a special permit 38573, request for a special permit for a proposed horse corral or stable private. The applicant owners are Ann and Ned Bush. The project is located on 2.48 acres, approximately 200 feet east of Campbell Drive, and approximately 700 feet north of Charleston Boulevard. The Planning Commission and staff recommended approval of both items. These items are in Ward 1, Councilman Tarkanian's ward, and are public hearings, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present? Could you give us your name and address, please?
My name is Ann Bush. My address is 208 Campbell Drive.
Thank you.
I'm her husband, Ned Bush, same 208 Campbell Drive.
And this gentleman here?
Representative for the applicant, Brian Barson.
Come on, give us your name and address, please.
Brian Barson, 9901 Covington Cross.
Thank you very much. I would be glad to hear from you if you got anything you'd like to present to us.
I'm able to just like to answer any questions you might have.
Yeah, we basically are putting together a stable area that my husband is a longtime resident of this area. Our family's actually a longtime resident of this area. And my daughters and I are very much into horses. We researched the project to make sure that all of the appropriate zoning and everything is allowed. We are just trying to have a facility that's large enough and nice enough to accommodate all the things so that the neighbors and stuff aren't affected at all what we would like to do. By allowing the variance, that allows us better abilities to control flies, to keep dust down, to use better use of the water. We really have researched. I have hired a consultant here. If you have any questions that is into pest management and landscaping and things that we can do to make it really a first class. We would really like to have a first class stable and horse area.
Okay. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilwoman, any chance you get to bring horses closer to downtown is a good thing.
That's what you told me the other day.
I knew you were going to say that.
I will tell you that the closest two neighborhood associations are fully in favor of this. You had some trouble with the businesses that were adjacent. Could you explain what happened there?
We did. We had made the mistake of not, when we went in and started the project, we really tried to we made sure that we talked to all the residences that were exactly neighboring the property to accommodate all of them. And when we put in the structure, it was easiest to put it in a corner that actually was aligned to a commercial building. And it's the back side of their building, so we were hoping, we felt like maybe that they would be the least, bothered by these things. Their representative felt that they were concerned that they might lose their tenants that were in those back two buildings. And I assured them that we also do not want them to lose their tenants back there. We don't want empty buildings next to us either. So we have already gone in and increased the wall for them and filled it all in and did their side and stuck with it and made it all match. We actually painted the whole fence for them to help it all blend in and look nice on their side and our side as well.
And you've already done that.
We've already done that.
And they have withdrawn their concerns.
They have withdrawn their concerns. They have, we talked about the difference between that it is horse zoned, that the horses would still come, and that that by knocking down the variance, what happens is then I have to go back to what's within code, which is small shades over each horse, which makes it much more difficult for me to take care of the dust and the flies, which is really what they were concerned with. So I am putting together packets with my consultant here for their people that they have, their renters or whatever, so that they'll have full access to seeing the barns that we intend to build, the methods that we'll use for pest control, the dust control methods, the water control methods. I think that the property manager, she was very, very nice and very, she seemed like she was very much all right with it.
And basically, there's no question about having 12 horses, because that is allowed on the property she has there. Surprisingly, people may not realize that, but the horses are allowed that close to downtown. And one of the reasons why we're having this vote today is the fact that your barn is very large. But one reason why it's very large, and by the way, it looks very nice. Ricky and I were talking about it's larger than homes we've lived in, and it looks like a cottage almost. You've done a beautiful job there. But one of the reasons why it's so large is because of the up-to-date equipment you've got in there, is my understanding,
yes.
for keeping away flies, for getting rid of smells and things along that line.
If you put horses in a very small area, it becomes very difficult to keep urine and manure smells down. The larger area you can provide for each horse, the drier you can keep things, the cleaner you can keep things. And so by allowing each horse an adequate place to be, I think that you'll find the horses it's like anybody that lives in a very small house. If they have a lot of stuff, then it's much more cluttered than if you allow someone to build a little bit bigger house, and then they can, even with the same stuff, as it gets put out, it seems cleaner and nicer and easier to accommodate.
And you have machines that help take care of this, so it keeps the smell cleaner and things like that. I wasn't aware of all this, and that's why I'm bringing this up now.
Well, there's a fan system that keeps things drier. Actually, if you'd like, I have a consultant here that's actually going to help us.
It might be good if you could just explain that, because this is near residences, although these people, all but one, right adjacent, and he's a very nice man. It's
his concerns mostly. I think he has a large car facility there. I think that his concerns are dust, mostly dust and flies. I think that those two things are very worrisome to him. And by hiring this person, I'm hoping that we're able to
Okay.
Yes, sir. We'd like to hear from you.
My name is Donald Moore, 3808 Fairway Circle. I am a landscape designer and a landscape management consultant, and we've been brought on board to help with some of the dust control issues. We're going to be putting in an automatic irrigation system that will water before the riding times at the arena so that the soil will be kept moist. We're also doing a hydroseeding of the turnout arenas that will have a fescue Bermuda grass ground cover to keep dust from blowing. We're also putting in a IPM, or integrated pest management system, that will help control flies by keeping the areas dry, as well as a misting system that puts a inhibitor into the air the flies do not like to be around. We're also doing some static control areas. This is a chemical process that we actually apply to the side of the barn corrals. The flies come in contact with it. It immediately renders them unable to fly, and they just drop to the ground. It's very safe for horses and for humans, and it works very, very well. In addition, we're putting in an odor control system known as a zeolite system. It's actually a mineral that's mined on the other side of Pahrump, and it absorbs odor and urine smells and is a natural mineral. And this will be applied into the soil areas where the horses will be going to the bathroom, helping keeping those areas smelling good. We did have an issue with the one neighbor. He was concerned of having a green belt between him and the horse facility. He and I met last weekend, and we've agreed to put a additional setback from the one horse corral that was closest to his property, about 15 feet, and we'll be installing some good-sized box trees along with some shrubbery and irrigation on that area to give him an additional green belt. And he and his wife and I will be picking out the shrubs and trees together, so they're in agreement of the varieties that he has. His concern is with his antique cars, getting dust on them and whatnot in his garage. And so, but the green belt and the irrigation control system, these should be taken care of successfully.
And I'm glad you were able to do that. I wasn't aware that you had met since the last time we talked, because he has legitimate concerns, and he's a very good neighbor to have, and I'm glad that you were able to work that out. You've gone to a lot of trouble, a lot of expense to do this the right way, and I want to point out that you're not having an arena for people to come and watch horses. You just have it where you practice with the horses.
Correct.
I want to point that out so people don't have a misunderstanding. I feel this is a good situation, and I know that the neighbors in that area who are horse-loving neighbors, the majority of them, I think they're very happy with it. And as I said, the two neighboring associations are very, very solid behind it. I think Mr. Ross.
Councilwoman?
Mayor Pro Tem, if I can.
If I could.
Councilman, it helps.
If I could.
I'm sorry.
Councilwoman, did you know them horses can bury your head in the sand real quick?
Their head or my head?
Anybody's head he gets on, they can bury it. I've been there.
Really, truly?
Scared to death of them. Councilman Ross.
We have been trying to get him on a horse for El Dorado. If it's any consolation to your neighbors over there, Councilwoman, and for your neighbors, I've got two stables by my home that have the same type of system, similar systems, I'm sure, to what you've just described, and it makes a major difference. I wish my other neighbors had such a system, because I still have to deal with the flies.
I wonder, just for the protection of some neighbors who might have concerns, if we could put a condition in there that if there is problems with flies, with smell, and that you will move to try and find another step to take care of it. And she says she's willing for that. Can we put that type of condition in?
Certainly.
I just want to ensure, let the neighbors, all of them. No, I can't? Here comes the lawyer.
No, I was going to say you can. You may want to just say that maybe it could be administratively handled by staff, and then if there's a problem, it would come back to
All right,
council.
then, let's put it handled by staff. I don't expect it, but just in case, so they'll feel, and I'm going to peek over that fence myself, and I think the children in Wasden School will be looking at it, and they've taken steps already to make it safe on the school side, so the children can look, but not get hurt in any way.
Yes, we have.
So I would move for approval, and, I'm sorry, I forgot the public hearing. That's important.
Do we need to have
Thank you very much. I love horses, and Mr. Ross and whatever. Three things are very important in my life over the last 50-some years. Married to one wife for 51 years next week, and had 3 horses and 6 dogs. What I'm trying to say now, in this order, wife number 1, dog number 2, and the horse number 3. Now, the dog and the horse, I used to talk to them. They wouldn't answer back. You know what I'm saying? I ain't too bright, whatever. But I'm saying later, with what you're doing with them horses, Man, they treat them horses better than some people. Come on. So if you can handle the flies, you got a good thing going. Good luck.
Do my very best.
Hi, Mark Hawkins, 300 South 4th Street, Suite 1400, on behalf of the commercial complex that's just the southerly neighbor. And we do appreciate the Bushes. We have been in contact with them since this whole thing rolled out, and they're very amiable and very nice folks, and we appreciate them. We do recognize this is horse property. One of the things that we do object to and we would oppose is the size of the facility. And I know they've talked a little bit about how they need the size to combat some of the issues with it, but it's 6 times the size of the primary structure, which is quite a variance. And I think the code actually says, you know, if it's a self-imposed issue, then the City Council isn't supposed to allow the variance. And I think, you know, if we can understand sort of the sizing issue, I mean, 6 times is quite large, and so that's our opposition, and we're just trying to understand where they're at.
Opposition basically then is the house isn't large enough for the size of the barn.
Yeah, I guess it's the inverse of it. That the stable is quite large compared to the primary structure, and this is residential. It's understandably it's horse property that you can't have horses on, but primary purpose is for a residence for them to live in, and the residence, the primary structure is, you know, comparatively compared to the stable is quite small. So that's our opposition. I think it's outlined in the staff's.
No, I read that.
Yeah.
I read that. Yes, I did. And is the size of the structure going to bother your business in any way?
Well, it just attracts more problems for us. I mean, the bigger it is, the larger problem we have with keeping tenants back in there. There's 2 back buildings back beside that wall that, you know, in this market it's tough, and we wouldn't want this property to be vacant and create more of a nuisance by having vacant buildings. So we, you know, just for the strength of having tenants in there and being able to service the community on a business level.
I'm just wondering, though, the size of the structure, how is it hindering your residents in back? Is it what they see, or I don't understand. I mean, I understand the code and all that, but I'm asking you, what problems does it cause for your residents? What they're seeing?
Well, they're not residents, they're tenants.
Well, I mean that, you're tenants.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's what they see, but it's also, we know when we bought this property that there are horse properties around. And that's okay. We understand that. It's 4 per acre, I think, or something like that. And the issue is the accessory structure is quite a bit larger. It's 6 times the amount of the primary residence. And so I can understand if it's a little bit bigger, you know, that's okay. I think that's our opposition is it's extremely large.
It is, and my understanding was it was so large in order to keep down the smell and in order to, you know, benefit so it wouldn't be bothering people nearby. Now, if I'm wrong, then somebody correct me, but that's why I thought it needed to be that large. It's a very attractive structure. It almost looks like a single-story cottage. One reason why we needed the variance there was it goes from one plot over to the next, like in a little L shape. And that little L part of it, bottom part of it, is another plot, so that was one reason why we needed that. But I'm not understanding the big problem there, but I understand what you're saying about the size. You're absolutely right. It is very large.
We've also proposed that they move that stable to the northern part of it, because I think there's horses on that. The northern neighbor also has a stable, or either had one, and we thought if you swapped it and put the residents back closer to our property line and move the stables up there, it might be sort of better to control the flies, the dust, and everything else that goes along with it.
Would you like to answer that?
I would. One of our concerns when we were doing well, first let me attest to the size. The size of it, in how it sounds bigger than it really is. First of all, it includes a hay barn, which is a small structure that's actually far from them. Actually, I have my barn consultant here as well, the stable consultant here as well, so he can actually explain exactly how many feet are the barn and how much of it is something else. The other thing is that that includes not only the area that the horses actually live in, it also includes tack rooms and a small area, a small room that holds a refrigerator and a bathroom. It isn't all horse space. There's actually a patio that runs on the front of it so that we can keep the dust down when the horses come out. It's actually concrete, and it has a rubber mat on the front of it, so but when you put that all together, it's actually considered square footage, even though it's not actually enclosed.
And what was the reason why you didn't build on the north end, where we did have someone who had horses at one time?
Well, first of all, they no longer had horses.
Yes.
Was one thing. The other thing was that at the time we really were trying to be quite honest, in that corner of the lot. We didn't really want to live next to the commercial building ourselves. We didn't want to put our house and look out and see the commercial building and everything that they have going on next door. And it was a buffer between us to put the barn there. It's a beautiful barn to look at. And so that was really the most accommodating reason, was just our own personal, the lights from the soccer field and stuff are over on that end too. So if you put a house right there, you're going to be completely, so.
Okay, thank you.
Does that help?
Sounds logical to me.
I would say that we are.
Yeah, they know.
Okay.
She's got it.
Anyone else wishing to speak on this item?
Kyle Carter, 6911 Unicorn. I'd just like to say, Councilman Ross, I like your thoughts of horses. I'm in preservation of having horses in more rural properties. We've lost that throughout the past years with all the growth and development we've had. Granted, there are some horse properties out there that give horse people a bad name, but in this case, Ned and Nan are going way beyond above what they really need to do. They're allowed to have 12 head of horses, whether they build the barn or not. So they're coming, one way, shape, or form. And they've gone way out of the realm of any other horse owner I know. So, and to the size, they're 12 or actually 16 by 16 stalls, which is standard in the industry for barns. What happens with your variance, and I've seen it happen time and time again, it was, under my understanding, it was designed for big structures, garages, things like that. When you get into horse properties and you get square footage for horses, well, your square footage, of course, goes bigger than your house. So it actually, you think about it, 12 head of horses in a 1,500 square foot area, that's smaller than your house. Can you imagine 12 horses in your house running around? It doesn't, just the thing really doesn't make sense when it comes right down to it. So,
Thank you.
thank you.
You know, one other thing, Lois, that I would like to acquire is that we did build that wall up, and the barn is not very tall. You know, the neighboring barn that he's in reference to it's a big, tall structure. The one that we're putting in is actually smaller than a house. They really probably will only see, and they would have to. And the problem is they'd have to actually stand back to see it, which they can't because the building's there. The building is there, and then there's a very small. I have actually pictures. There's a very small area, and then the wall is so tall that they really can't. Visually, it's so secluded that with trees and landscaping, I don't know anybody's really going to be able to, you know, it's not.
Ma'am, did you want to be heard, please?
Yes. My name is Jerry Hagan. I live on 2920 Ashby Avenue, which is just right on the other side of Charleston from this property. And I am 100% in support of this and bringing horses into this neighborhood. I've lived in that neighborhood for 50 years and had horses as a child there. And it saddens me that they've all left. And I think it's wonderful that these people want to bring this back to this beautiful neighborhood. I mean, it's just a plus, 100%. So and I represent some of the other neighbors too that I've talked to. They think it's spectacular. So please.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wish to speak on this item? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman, may I have a motion, please?
I just wanted to say that your points you made were very good points, but when I looked over the plans, and I've been in the area, and by the way, leaving it vacant would not be such a hot idea because you have transient people going through there now, and I've seen youngsters from Hyde Park Junior High going through there, jumping the fence, and you know. So it's good to have something coming into the area. It's something that's really strongly supported by the residents in the area. And when I went back to your area, looking at the size of what the barn would be, I just can't see that it would cause a big problem. I don't think it would look bad. And as I said, I've put a condition in there, if there are problems, and they are voiced by yourself or some other residents, then come to staff, and that's going to be part of this agreement that we're making today. So you can come back, and it's down there, and you know that it's part of the consideration we would take in the future. All right, I move to approve.
That's with all conditions as changed.
The amendment, excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem, will be on number 81.
Pardon?
The amendment will be on the second one.
Thank you. Cast your vote on the first item, item number 80, please. Motion carries. Thank you. On item 81, please.
I move to approve with all amendments.
If I may, just for clarity's sake, please. Councilwoman, some of the issues that came up and have been discussed today is that there would be no more than 12 horses on site. That's what the applicant has requested.
That's a condition, yes.
There was also the issue that came up with regard to lighting in the open arena area, and the applicant had indicated that there would be no lighting there. And I think that those two might be conditions that we would place so as to be clear.
Yes, these are things we had discussed before as conditions, and we would hold them as conditions.
With the other additional one that you
And
added.
then the other additional one that I had stated, that if there are problems from neighbors due to any situation brought up here today, the smell, the dust, the blockage of view,
The flies.
and flies, it was flies. Thank you very much.
You agree to those conditions?
I do agree to those.
Thank you very much. Let's cast your vote, please. Let's post. I pushed the button 3 times. Motion carries. Thank you folks very much.
And good luck, and it's exciting for the neighborhood.
82 and 83. 82 is a special use permit, 38-533, request for a special use permit for a proposed auto title loan use within an existing 750 square foot non-conforming financial institutions specified in a waiver to allow 750 square feet of floor area where 1,500 square feet is required. Item number 83 is a special use permit, 38-534, request for a special use permit for a proposed second-hand dealer use jewelry within an existing 750 square foot financial institution specified. The applicant is LoanX, and the owner is Decatur Oakview Plaza Limited Partnership. The project is located at 1620 South Decatur Boulevard, Suite A. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval of both items. These items are in Ward 1, Councilman Tarkanian's ward, and are public hearings, which I now declare open. I see the applicant's representative is present.
Good afternoon.
Address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Council. My name's Bob Gronauer, 8345 West Sunset Road. I'm here representing the applicant on both of these matters. First of all, this is an existing business that has been in existence since 1995. You may be familiar with the state law that has changed with respect to auto title loans, putting them in a different business category. Because of that, when our client went in to renew his business license, he was informed that he had come in for a special use permit, although he's been operating the auto title loan, as I said, for the last 15 years, along with the check cashing or deferred deposit at this location. With that being said, staff is recommending approval. Your Planning Commission did recommend approval. In addition, we'd like to also do the purchase of cash and jewelry for gold. That is one of the things that he's also recently has been in business with. That is a secondhand dealer's special use permit request. The staff and the Planning Commission both recommended approval. I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
Are there any questions of Mr. Gronauer? Seeing none, this is a public hearing. Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Tarkanian, please.
Mr. Gronauer, I think as far as item 82 is concerned, that the proposed use you're talking about could be conducted in a manner that fit in and was compatible with the existing surrounding land uses. And even though you're operating on half of the amount of square feet you're supposed to, I feel that your business has shown that it can do that, so I move to approve.
Okay, on item 82, we got a motion for approval. Any questions? Hearing none, cast your vote, please. Please post.
Now, on this,
Motion carries. And item 83, please, Councilwoman.
on this item, I'm a little concerned because now you're getting into something that's involving more, and you have such few feet, 750 feet. How do you handle this? You know, I know it says second-hand dealer.
Yeah, it's essentially if you wanted to sell a gold jewelry, you'd bring it into the place itself, and our client then purchases it, and then he ships it off to another location, if you want to call a manufacturer or whatever, with respect to selling it to them for gold at that point in time. So it's just a pretty it's not a heavily traveled type of business, I should say. It's not that you're going to get several people in there at the same time doing business. It's an added function. It's an added function of the features of what he offers with respect to the business.
I would just like to say, Mr. Grunhauer, I have a concern of adding something additional when you're only working on half the square footage you should have. And I'd like to say let's wait a while and see how all this other goes, and then see about this maybe at a later time.
Can we continue this for a time period? Because as I know, we have some licensing applications, et cetera, that is been in the process, and those are some of the things that we would need to work with the business licensing department with.
I would have to ask the people who are in charge of that to let us know. Can you answer that, Margot?
If I may, to continue would be to a date specific.
Yes.
So that would be if you wish to propose, consider a date specific. To table would take it off the agenda, would keep the item in existence, but then it would be brought back at a time at the request of the applicant that possibly things have changed or something with licensing.
Why don't we table it?
Because if your concern is, because we're more than willing to reach out to the neighbors out there, I just don't want to shut my client down immediately. I would rather have him try to work something out to move things around if need be.
Well, it
or
wouldn't
me
shut him
if
out,
there's
would
a
it?
concern with the neighbors out there. If there's a concern with the residents out there, we'd love to reach out to them. And if there is a concern, then we understand that if we wouldn't be able to do business there.
That's why I was thinking if you operated on what has been granted under item 82 already, and you operated for, say, 5-6 months, then we could see if there's anybody who's objecting at that time to that much business in just 750 square feet.
Oh, we've been doing this business for 15 years. I mean,
I
so,
know.
But I don't know. I guess my point is,
You haven't been
in
doing the
15
gold,
years,
have
we
you?
haven't had any problems in 15 years. The
But I'm
auto
talking
title,
about the jewelry. I'm talking about the secondhand dealer using jewelry. You haven't been doing that, I hope.
oh no,
because-
not for 15. No.
And you haven't been doing that at all, I hope.
I believe under a temporary, and I'm not the business license specialist in my office, but I believe we are given a temporary permit because we were doing it initially. And again, this is when you're renewing your business license. It came to his attention. He came to us to get this fixed at that point in time. So we've been working with the business license department on this issue.
You know, what puzzles me is that so often people are doing the things before they get the approval to do them, and then they come to us and say they want to do them. And evidently he must have been doing that because he did not have an approval for a secondhand dealership in jewelry. I'd like to put it to time certain 4 months from this meeting. And
Mr.
that
Lewis?
gives...
No, that's fine. We're going to take, have you vote, you haven't yet voted on 82 yet, though, have you?
Yes, we have.
Oh, you have, so 83 would, okay.
She wants to table it for 4 months.
Absolutely.
That's what I just would like to deal with because we have a very crowded area in there, as you know. And you don't have many feet.
January 5th of 11.
January 5th. Do you have to do it this year?
Would like to. I mean, it's just shutting him down. I mean, if
How's it
that's,
shutting him down? He hasn't-
or is this a review? Maybe I misunderstood this. Is this where he can
No,
continue?
you mean we're not letting him start. We're not shutting him down because he hasn't been doing it yet.
Well, he has.
He
The
has.
goals?
He
Yes.
has, yes.
Okay, then I still say the
Excuse
4
me, if I
months.
could-
He
if I
shouldn't
could,
have been
Counsel-
doing it.
Councilman, if I could, Mr. DeFiore, could you come out and clarify this for us, please?
Jim
I think you
DeFiore,
understand where-
Business
I think you
Services.
understand where Councilman is coming from on this.
Yes, I do. I've just asked my staff by my BlackBerry to contact me and let me know if there'd been an admin temp license issued for a secondhand dealer's license for Lonex at 1620 South Decatur. Our normal practice is they're eligible for it, but if there's a special use permit involved, they have to get the special use permit first. So I'm presuming right now that they don't have.
Well, Mr. Gronauer, he led us to believe that they've been doing this gold sales with a temporary license.
Well,
No, well, yes, I know we've been working with business license, that's why we're here. And we were doing the business initially, and I just need to confirm if he's still been doing the business, because sometimes what happens is when we go to business license, if somebody's already been doing something and they've been informed they cannot do it, sometimes with working with code enforcement, if it's a code enforcement issue, what you do is you put the use permit in the system, and you're allowed to continue until there's a result or a resolution on the special use permit at
I
that
think what
point in time.
Councilman wants to do is cease and desist the use of
understand that, yeah.
sales of the jewelry, and he wants to have a time certain for, I think it was January the 5th, to have this heard to see if there's any problems out there where she might look at giving you this temporary license for the jewelry.
That's fine. I mean, he's been operating out there for 15 years with the other two uses.
The thing I can't understand, he has not been operating with the third use, though, the gold yet.
No. Well, he has, for a certain period of time. That's when he came to us and we worked with business license to fill out the appropriate paperwork, filed the special use permit, and we're waiting for resolution of the special use permit. If it's not approved, then the sales or whatever activity that he has there has to cease, or otherwise he'd be in violation of the code at that point in time.
I think Councilman's motion would be to table this item until January the 5th at 1 o'clock on pardon?
It's in an abeyance.
Okay, advance until January the 5th.
Margot?
You've heard the motion? Let's cast your vote, please. This is on item 83. Please post. Motion carries. Thanks, Mr. DeFiore.
I just can't see.
What's this? Item 84 is, again, it's a special use permit 38536, applicant owner Wah Chung Jin. Appeal filed from the Dow by the Planning Commission with a request for a special use permit for a beer, wine, cooler, off-sale establishment within an existing 1,990 square foot convenience store with a waiver to allow a 313-foot distance separation from a child care facility where 400 feet is required at 1451 West Owens Avenue. This is in Councilman Barlow's ward, in Ward 5. Planning Commission is recommended denial. Staff recommends approval. Can you hang on just a second, please?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I believe the applicant's present and the public hearing is open.
Good afternoon. My name is Vincent Jin, 2217 Natalie. I represent the applicants, my parents, Pat and Wai Chun Jin. Your Honor, if I may, I have with me, I have several letters as well as a petition that we started in order to ask our customers whether or not they would be for or against us getting the beer and wine license. And if I may
Could you
submit this.
present them to the city clerk, please?
Thank you. This is the petition. And these are the letters.
Councilman Bartlett, have you seen these letters? Would you like to see them?
Are they letters
This
or
petition-
are they
this
petitions?
petition we have.
I know that our office has or is in receipt of the petition, but I would like to see the letter. Who was the letter from?
From various customers that have come to.
We'd be glad to hear from you.
Pardon?
We'd be glad to hear from you.
Yes. Well, Your Honor, we would just ask that you review this and approve it. We have made some changes since the Planning Commission denied our approval. They requested that there were several items that they had concerns about, one of being the handicap spot. We have rectified that. We have put in a handicapped parking space. I do have pictures if I may present
Put them
those.
right there where your dad's hands are, right there. Can we go to the overhead, please?
And Your Honor, there's the handicap, and it's basically a large enough spot for a van, and it is on the east side of the building, next to the ramp. Also, we have a landscaping plan that we will implement as soon as possible, and if I may.
Please.
Where we have several different types of plants that are going to be right on the corner of Martin Luther King and Owens, as well as it would be the west portion of the property as well as the north portion of the property. And we also have several people that are in support of us getting the beer and wine license who are present to speak on our behalf.
Thank you very
We'll
much.
submit it at
Are
that.
there any questions of the applicant? Councilman Wilson, please.
Thank you. With your permission, Councilman Barlow?
Yes, please.
Good afternoon. I haven't had the pleasure of eating at your restaurant, but I want to know, how long have you been in business at this location?
At this location?
Yes.
Well, since '85, we've owned the building. We were in business from '86 to 95 as Pat Spot. And
As a
then,
what?
As the Pat Spot.
Okay.
It was the Pat Spot back then. And then my parents tried to retire and leased it out. And then we took it back over in 2001.
Okay, so you've been there at this location for 25 years.
Correct.
Operating a business for many years. You tried to retire. That didn't work. Now you're back in the business for how many years?
10 years.
Okay, 10 years. And you operate a restaurant.
Well, it's a convenience store with a takeout.
Okay, I'm sorry. I saw Pat's Chinese Food somewhere. So it's a
Right.
convenience store
Yes.
that offers takeout food.
Correct.
You probably have an excellent clientele.
We do.
A lot of followers. I mean, I looked at the petition here. There's dozens of people that are in support of your petition. And you want to add a beer wine cooler off sale capability.
Correct.
Is that right? Your
That is
customers want that?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. May I ask Mr. DiFiore to step up? Jim, are you aware up till now whether there's been any problems at this location?
Well, there was a previous owner, I think, in the reference to the fact that they tried to retire in 1995 up until 2001. There was a previous owner there that did have a problem with the city. It was under the name of Day and Night Convenience Store.
Well, if it's somebody else, I don't need to hear about somebody
Okay.
else if they didn't have any control. While these folks have been in control, have there been any problems?
Not that we're aware of.
Is one of our options to give them a chance?
Oh, absolutely.
With a review period?
That's correct.
And that would allow us to do just that, review in 6 months to see if there's any problems or calls for service or things like that. Is that one of our options?
Absolutely, and it's pretty a normal practice that we do on a lot of licenses.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
This is a public hearing. Anyone wish to come and speak on these items?
Yes, my name is John Riley, and I live at 98 South Martin Luther King. And I'm just here to speak to support my brother Pat. He's a very nice man. He's been in business since for 60 years. I first met him back in 1970 as I was a linen driver. He was past Chinese Kitchen on East Sahara, and he has a lot of people that love him and his Chinese cooking. And I'm one of them, and we're now waiting for him to get back to his place so that we can get some more Chinese food for the night. But anyway, Pat hasn't had any trouble. He's not prejudiced. I'm not prejudiced. He's not white. I'm not just, a black man. I'm a black African-American man. But I support this person because of his agenda and because of him being a person with character and with good morals. He's always kind. He's always pleasant to people. He's been cooking. He does all of his own cooking. And a man like that, he's a thrive to the community, just to take to look at and then just try to follow after, because he is a good man in the community and he does love all people. Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. Thank you. Anyone else, please?
Regina Hauk, 50-year resident of Clark County. I had the pleasure of meeting the Gins while doing charity work. We walked the streets, knocking on doors, putting out pushkis, turning the money into silver dollars, and wheeling them into the convention at the City of Hope. We also worked with him politically. If there was anybody that was worthy of being elected, we got them elected. They're a great family, and I want you to know that this attorney that stands before you had a very rough childhood medically. If the mother wasn't a nurse and his life wasn't in the hands of the good Lord, he wouldn't be here today. She fought for him. She was a registered nurse at Sunrise Hospital. I ask you to give them a chance. Mrs. Jin is a no-nonsense manager with great business acumen, and Pat follows suit. Pat is very much loved by everybody. He's never done any wrong to anybody that I ever know, or I wouldn't be here today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Brenda Banks, 1301 Adams Avenue. At this current time, I disapprove, I'm not slandering their character, I'm pretty sure they're good people, but I disapprove of any type of liquor being sold in this area due to the daycare facility that is up the street. We have West, and we also have other schools in the area where these kids do have to walk. And my concern is that we have a Thrower's Market up the street a little distance there with all types of alcoholics hanging out. And the kids don't walk on that side of the street because they're in fear of being harassed. And my concern is that this will get out of hand. We're in the process of trying to implement a neighborhood association over there. I am a stakeholder in that area, and I want my voice to be known for the people that aren't here, that are concerned about liquor being sold on this corner. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, please.
Terry Lightford, 8908 Monteoro Drive, and I just want to speak on behalf of Pat Jin and his wife Candy and Vince, the whole family. I've known them since I was 18 years old. I was born and raised here, actually, and I met Pat way long time ago. Pat's Chinese Kitchen, way when he had another kitchen on Rancho. I can't even remember the name anymore. I'm getting old now. but he's an outstanding person in the community. And like the gentleman said before, he is the most prominent person or the most kind person that I know in the city. He greets everyone with a smile. I've just talked to him and was with him when his mother passed, and she would be at the store with him, 96 years old. I mean, he'd take her with her. He'd cook all day, all night. I mean, it's just been wonderful. Candy works with my aunt at DMV, and they're just upstanding people, and I think that he deserves a chance. I see nothing wrong with liquor, beer and wine. It's not hard liquor, and children that are school age, they're not allowed to buy liquor anyway. So, and I'm sure there's no loitering, laws in place there, and I'm sure that Pat would, take care of his business like he has his children and family and everything. And I'm just grateful to have him in the community, and I still eat his food. My grandmother still loves it.
Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Next, please.
Yes, my name is Jesse Farrell, and I have known Pat for quite some years. I enjoy his cooking, and I see no reason why he should not receive the license that he is requesting. And I hope and pray that he really will do this. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem and council member, my name is Marion Bennett, and I have property adjacent to Pat's business. And also I'm delighted that previously he was located in a commercial shopping center. I appreciate him coming to the west side, investing in our community, because we've got to have businesses if we ever go grow. Because I get so sick and tired of always begging the city and the government to do something. This is an opportunity for us to do something for ourselves. And I appreciate you just said, give a man a chance. This is what the culture and everything about it. It was Reverend Stu Grant, and I happen to be a Methodist minister. And Jesus turned water into wine, and once you go overseas, there's nothing wrong with that. But when I do that, it's the truth. I don't care whether you like it or not. It's in the Bible. That's right. And we serve it in our churches as communion and stuff, and the Catholic people do it. What's wrong with that? Is that we've got to take control of our destiny and stuff. And any time you're moving forward, we starving to death on the west side. Oh, they got liquor over there. They got beer and all that stuff. I'm more concerned about the dope and stuff. Sometimes I think I'll buy somebody a shot if they'll leave that dope around. So give this young man, old man like me, a chance.
Mr. Bennett, if I could, please. You're in favor of this, then, huh?
Oh,
I've served on a number of committees with Mr. Bennett, and he and I have never agreed, so I guess I'm going to have to vote against it.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett.
I'm Sister Lorraine Forrester from 1304 East St. Louis. I've known these people since they've had the restaurant over in Pat's Chinese Kitchen and Commercial Center, taught their children, and I think it's been a good thing for this to be added probably to North Las Vegas. Hopefully the things we've said will help this go. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Hello, I am Taylora Haley. I do stay on Adams, which is 2 blocks away from Owens, I think, but it's real close. And I feel that alcohol is not a positive look for our community. Like my mother just said, that she is in an association where we are trying to do positive things in our neighborhood, and alcohol is not the way to go. Because I see it all the time, drunks hanging around Sonny's, and that is not good. And they do sell food also, and alcohol is not going to be a good asset to our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm the Lord Jesus Christ, also known as Rasan Joshua Collins. As many of you know, the name Jesus comes from the name Joshua. It might be hard for you to believe, but this is the truth. I'm opposed to this because, like this woman wisely said, a lot of people are getting drunk and they're weak, and I would like to see the communities of Las Vegas made holy, right? Without holiness, none will see God. We need to oppose sexual sin, greed, drunkenness, cursing, smoking, gambling, lying, all of that. It all leads to hell. So I encourage sobriety, and I oppose this liquor license.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, and staff.
My name is Bill High. I live at 1940 Mill Circle. We're in opposition of Pat's having a liquor license for the various reasons. First, I'd like to address it from 2 points of view, one from the point of view of the zoning regulation and one from the point of view of the moral restrictions that it's going to have on our community. I appreciate all of the people that came up here prior to me and indicated how well Pat served this community when he was living somewhere else. And a lot of the customers that come in your store are not residents of the area. And I can appreciate their concern of being conveniently serving liquor to them or buying packaged liquor. But that's not the point. The point we're talking about here is what's good for this community. Customers that don't live in this community, they don't have a concern to the community. People that knew you prior to you moving over there, they're not concerned about this community. We are concerned about this community. And I want to address it from that perspective. First of all, as you know, that they had applied for a beer and cooler license twice in the past and was denied twice. They were denied twice for the same reasons that we're going to indicate today. Also, that 2 weeks ago when we went before the planning board denied them for the reasons that we're indicating today. Let me address these issues. First of all, if I may just take a second here and read to you the planning board, the zoning regulations. The zoning regulation says this, in fact, and you're going to have a copy of this. Minimum special use permit requirement shall be located with the exception otherwise noted, such establishment shall not be located within 400 feet of a church, a synagogue, a school, a child care facility, licensed with more than 12 children. Then it also goes on to say, determine this distance, right? The shorter distance between two property lines. Okay, let me talk about that for a minute. We have two churches that are located in the shopping center, which is right across on the other side of N Street. They're only 70 feet away from Pat's property line. We have another daycare center, which has been there for quite a while. They're less than 400 feet away from Pat's center. We have another church, which is that would be the south side of Owens, going east of these other two churches. They're less than 400 feet away. So we got 4 locations that are not in compliance with the zoning code. And they're asking for a waiver to circumvent the zoning code so they can be in compliance. This is wrong. That's the reason why we have zoning codes, to protect people and protect these type of interests. Okay, let me talk a little bit about the fact that the churches that are close to the facility, 70 feet away, 2 churches, right? When I inquired why this wasn't taken into consideration, it was said because they're not legal. I inquired with the church and I inquired with the planning board and the building department to find out why they were not legal. They indicated to me because they have no permit. I said, well, has anybody been out there? They said, well, we don't have the staff that's been out there. We just took a look at it. They don't have a permit. I went back to the church and I said, you guys, before you moved into this facility, it was a retail facility. And then it's converted from a retail facility to a place of public assembly, which makes it a church. They have the exit signs, they have the fire extinguishers, they have the adequate aisle space, and they have a congregation of about 70 people. It's a church. I said, you need a permit. They said, oh, we didn't know we needed a permit. I said, has anybody said that to you? No one has said it to us. I said, okay, are you willing to file for a permit? We will, but we don't have the money right now. Okay, I'll get you an application, got the information. They need a little bit of time in order to comply and get a permit. It seems unfair to me. That this facility, Pat's location, would try to get a waiver and get their license in before this church can get their permit. They're going to be a legal church. They're going to be paying their taxes. They're going to be permitted. And according to the zoning regulations, this facility to serve beer and wine is not required to be that close to a church. Simple. It's understood. I mean, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to understand that. The other church, which is down the street from them, they're within the 400 feet from property line to property line. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to understand. And the Dow Case Center across the street. Okay, now, let's talk about it from the moral issue.
Excuse me one second. Beverly, do we have the timer? Did we? Okay, I'm sorry.
I'll take a couple more minutes to make my point, and I'll be out.
Let's hurry up. We got other people wanting to speak.
Just a couple more minutes. Pat is located right in the heart of many convenience stores. If you go to the east, right, you got Bilo selling liquor, you got Bell selling liquor, and this is less than half a mile, and you got an Elks facility selling liquor. If you go to the north, you got Mario selling liquor, that's within half a mile. If you go to the south, you got an AM/PM store selling liquor. If you go to the north, you got Walgreens. The place is inundated. with liquor selling facilities. We don't need another one in our community.
Okay, thank you, sir. Next, please.
Thank you.
My name is Beverly Bass, 1321 Sharon Road. I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to come before you today.
You bet.
And also, I want to thank you for Martin Luther King. As I drive, the improvement, the beautification, as I drive back and forth on Martin Luther King, I have a smile on my face now, the palm trees and all of that. I'm also happy about the celebration that Ricky told us that you're going to have. And I was really happy, but then all of a sudden I get a card in the mail that says, you're going to put beer and wine on that corner. Now, let's come on down front with this stuff. Beer and wine translate to 40 ounces. Malt liquor. Malt liquor has the highest content of alcohol you can imagine, and also tons of sugar. You have Salvation Army, Catholic Charities, all of those places over there. The guys will be coming from that area over to Pat's to buy malt liquor with all of that sugar in it. Many times they won't be able to make it back. Of course, when they make it back, they can't take it with them. So in the process of going back, they'll be dropping the brown bags, the bottles, and sometimes they'll be dropping themselves because they can't make it. I'm saying if you put that on that corner, instead of me looking at the palm trees, the beautification that you've done and we're so proud of in the community, now I'll be looking at drunks, I'll be looking at brown paper bags, bottles, and all of those kinds of things, and who knows what else. The last time they had day and night, I was getting some gas for my car, and I watched the lady stab a man in the chest, and that was when they had, I guess it wasn't theirs, but they were the owners. And I was terrified. So let's not have this again right on that corner. It's like, it reminds me of my grandmother used to tell us that they used to go out into the barn and milk a cow, and as soon as they got that pail of milk, sometimes she'd say, and you've heard this before, she'd say that old cow would knock that milk over, that pail over, and I'm asking you not to do that. You've done so good, and we can smile and see what you've done. Don't knock it over. Don't knock the pail of milk over.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Swazine Fields. I reside at 1124 Comstock Drive. I, too, am a concerned resident in the community. I agree with everything that's been said. I also know, I was born and raised in West Las Vegas, so I know the Pats have been there. My parents probably would not have been able to survive without their Chinese food over the years. So they're good people. There's no doubt about that. And we want to see them stay in business. But we're also asking you, as this council board and Mayor Pro Tem, to protect our community also. I mean, while we want Pat to stay there, we don't need any more alcohol in West Las Vegas, especially down that corridor. I mean, Lawrence Weekly worked really hard to bring Cox Cable on MLK. It's right across the street from there. Now, if they police their property when they're selling the beer and wine, the people are going to go across the street. You're going to have a problem in the parking lot over at Cox. So why work so hard to build up the community and yet let the evilness in through the back door? I mean, if we can't appeal to you people to help us, what else can we do? There's ample beer and wine in that corridor. Mario's is a couple blocks down to the north. Thrower's Market, Bell's Market is a couple blocks down on the east. And so why do we need more alcohol? I appreciate that their clientele who buy the food probably would like to have beer and wine, but that's not what we're worried about, because those people are going to buy the beer and wine, get in their car, and they're going to drive off. In these social economic times, the people that are going to be buying the beer and wine are the people within walking distance with no cars and that are not going to, or on bicycles that are not going to be able to ride away right away. So they'll police it and they'll push them out and they'll come over to our community. They'll go over to the Cox parking lot. So we don't win either way we go.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, please.
My name is Helen Tolan. I live at 1134 Comstock, right across the fence from their store. I have nothing to say about them personally. I'm happy with them as people. I am not happy with more liquor being sold in the West Side. Every time we hear the West Side mentioned on television, on the radio, or in the newspaper, it's always preceded by a negative adjective. It's the poverty-stricken zone. It's this that's terrible. It's that that's terrible. And more liquor will make it more terrible. But some of us are trying to uphold and bring about principles that are as good as we can and are positive. And I would ask you to give them all the hugs and love that you can, but don't let them bring any more liquor to our community. We'll end up being like whoever the man is in Great Britain who signed up to have the Iraq War. He said, I was right in signing, but I'm sorry 4,000 soldiers died. We think that they're right in selling food, but we don't want all of the negative impact of more liquor. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, you've already spoken. Ma'am,
One more
ma'am,
word, if I might.
Ma'am, you've already
Regina
spoken.
Hauk again.
You've already
Pat
spoken.
sells, cooks,
Ma'am,
prepares
you've already spoken. Thank you.
outstanding Chinese food.
He doesn't have a hearing aid in.
And with that,
Mr. Hodges?
Well, this is hard to tell you. I probably get run out of town. But I come here on all nationalities, and I think years, and I want everybody to please listen carefully. You see, you have to read this thing right here. It said that planning was split so bad, it only went one vote in the direction of, canceling it. For what I'm trying to say, that vote had a flip, you'd have had a total improvement.
Mr. Hodges, do us a favor.
Okay,
Excuse me. We are the board. We're interested in hearing your comments.
Okay.
Direct your comments to us, please.
I'm sorry, I'm directed to you. Okay. Make it really fast. Alcohol, like I've been saying over the years, you can buy alcohol 8 blocks away and come right down there and drink it. And then and the people can buy it right there at Bumpton and whatever, and still take it somewhere else. You can't blame location on where stuff is sold. That's a joke. I'm sorry about that. Hey, people trying to bring some business to the area at the same time. What you want to do, stand guard duty? Give me a break.
Thank you.
Some more public comment, please.
My name is Donald Clark, and I've lived in Las Vegas for 60 years. And I know that you all know the difference between talking and thinking. Now, talking says we don't want all of that liquor and beer being sold on the west side. Thinking says that you might not want it sold on the west side, but they're drinking it somewhere. And if they're drinking it somewhere, it is because that's what you need to develop capitalism, to have choices and libations when you're eating. Now, talking is that if you don't sell beer and wine on the west side, we're going to be a better community. Thinking says that Pat is not selling beer and wine on the west side, but we got all the food outlets over there. Now that's thinking. Now what I'd like to say is, thinking says you cannot build a society, a community, a country absent out of the participation of capitalism. And capitalism is a series of all things in which we purchase. You cannot have a moral society where people are not employed, where buildings are vacant, land is vacant, and all we have up and down the street is people full of religion standing on the corner getting handed out with foods. Now, here's a man who has came to this community and put an investment into it. His family has worked there. His mother worked there till she went home to glory. Long time before Cox Cable came there. Long time. Now, I don't understand how it's all right for us to go there and buy some gas and get back and forth to work into the hospital. And it's wrong to go there and buy some libations to take home with your food. We have to know the difference between thinking and talking.
Sir,
I'm sorry.
Could you address the board,
I'm
please?
sorry. I'm
please,
sorry.
Please, no.
I'm
please,
sorry.
Thank you.
What I'm trying to say, Pat has been an asset to this community. He's been an asset. He's been a good businessman, and he's been a friend. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else, we'll close the public hearing. Young man, would you like to have anything else you'd like to add?
No, Your Honor. We'll
Thank
take
you.
it at this time.
Councilman Barlow, please.
Is there anyone else on the council who want to say anything prior to my comments? Okay.
Just wanted to say it's a very, very difficult decision.
Councilwoman, you're correct. It's not often that West Las Vegas, the historical West Las Vegas community, is divided on issues. I've received countless emails, countless phone calls, met with residents to the east of your business, met with residents to the west of your business, and it's interesting how the community is divided right down the middle. I've received a number of signatures, petitions with addresses, and looking at the addresses, these are 89106 zip codes, which I represent 89106, as well as 89101. So I'm just taking for face value that they put their address down there, that these are residents of the community. I also have received emails from, I believe, a representative from the Bonanza Village Neighborhood Association, Mr. Bill High, which I believe Mr. High spoke, and his residents. And looking at for face value, looking at this item before me here today, it's very complex. Complex in the sense of everyone's right. There needs to be more commerce. There needs to be more opportunity for residents to come in and out of convenience stores, no matter what area of town they're in order to get the goods and services that they're looking for. The residents on the other side of the aisle, when it comes to loitering and the negative activity that unfortunately happens around convenience stores, grocery stores, or places that sell alcohol, negative things unfortunately happen. I recognize the fact that the Gins have been in this community for well over, or at least operated their business in this community for well over 20 plus years. I know that it's been a decade now since the license of the manager whom you all leased the facility to, license was revoked in 2001. Some residents feel that you shouldn't be held accountable for their actions. Others feel, being that you are the owner, you are held liable. And I agree with the residents that you are liable for what your tenants do. But needless to say, there were some items brought before me in meeting with residents on both sides of your facility, the east and the west. It was brought forward that there were 2 churches that existed at your back door. So, of course, being that that was brought to my attention, I wasn't aware of it at the time. I had staff to go out and address those two churches to find out what the true issue was, if in fact there was an issue, to bring it back before me. And at this time, Mr. DiFiore as well as Margot, I've contacted both of you. Is Mr. DiFiore still here? If you would please come forward. Mr. DiFiore, if you will address the issue, because I know this is a concern of residents, if you address the issue of concern regarding the 2 churches to the east for clarity, and then Margot, from a planning standpoint, as far as the applicant having an opportunity to meet the requirement for the variance, that would be helpful to us all. So, Mr. DiFiore, is there an issue as it relates to the licensing of the 2 churches that are in question that are to the east of this property?
From a licensing standpoint, there is not an issue. We need to be careful here in making sure that we understand that the prohibition of a facility that sells alcohol within 400 feet of a church is strictly a land use issue, a planning issue, and in the zoning codes, I believe, you have the opportunity to waive that based upon the circumstances that are presented today. And if Margot has anything she can add to that, that would be fine. When we deal with the licensing, we look at the suitability of the applicant. We look at the location from the standpoint of history. We also look at the potential of problems that may occur during the licensing period of any establishment that sells alcohol. And as Councilman Wilson was referring to earlier, we have an opportunity in the second phase, when we go through the licensing part, if we get to that point, to be able to condition the license with certain concerns that you may have with regard to this location.
Okay. And Margot, if you would chime in also and explain from a land use how we reached this point where we are today.
If I may, Mayor Pro Tem and Councilman, churches don't get business licenses, so it's a different process. Churches in the commercial zones are not required to get an SUP. However, it's a change of occupancy and a change of use. And in this case, the churches on Owens, we asked the fire department to do an inspection, and they do not have permits for the change of occupancy from a retail store where people come and go to a church use, which is what's called a place of assembly. It's where a number of persons come for a lengthier piece of time at one time. So a church is required to obtain the building and the fire approval for that change of occupancy. There's also different parking requirements for a church than there are for a retail store. The best way to explain it is similar to if you have a single-family home and you start doing a business out of that building and you do not obtain the building and the fire changes to change the occupancy of a single-family home to a business. As we know, that's a complex process where you actually have to change the building. And just by moving in, let's say if you choose to start doing a business in a home, that doesn't make it legally a commercial use. And just by beginning church services in a retail building or an office building does not make it a church unless this change of occupancy has occurred.
Okay, so with that, has there been an application for this change of occupancy, to your knowledge, either from business license or
It would be through
planning and
building or
development?
fire, and no, it has not.
Okay. It would be through
building,
know.
it's a building, you have to change the, again, it's a building occupancy, so it's building and fire, and also zoning with regard to the parking standards.
Okay, so business license wouldn't be a
Right,
part of
church
that
is-
process?
Church is exempt
Okay.
because
Okay.
it's a religious institution.
Okay, so thank you for that clarification. This is very complex, but I believe looking at it from face value and the communities divided down the middle, I believe that a fair compromise, and I believe Councilman Wilson alluded to this earlier in his conversation, with the opportunity for a 6-month review to be placed on this applicant, and understanding at the same time that the way in which I want businesses to be ran in my district is at a high level. Because of the many issues that we faced in the past, I'm not looking to go back down that road again.
Of course.
So I believe, due to your track record in the community, as far as when you all have been managing your facility, not subletting, and I want to make it a condition also that should there be a change of ownership or a sublet, that this license be come back before this council, or can I do that?
If the use remains exactly as is, regardless of who the owner is, the SUP will still remain on the land.
But it's separately,
but-
you would see the license, the
But I would
business
receive a
license
license
comes before you,
I would
not
receive
the
a
SUP.
license coming for a change of ownership,
That's
correct?
correct. That's
Okay, so I want to make sure that if in fact there's a sublet or a change of ownership, that we most definitely bring that back before this board, so that the community will have an opportunity to vet either the new owner or the sublet. But let me ask you this on the record as well. Do you all plan on selling this business or subleasing it again? Because I know the previous person you leased it to, we had major problems. And so
Right.
This is a corridor that I take very great pride of. We've spent a lot of resources and time to develop this corridor into a beautiful corridor.
Right.
And the last thing that I want is for this corridor to come down. And so I'm willing to step out on a limb. I know it's not going to be favorable for some residents, because either way I vote, I'm going to make someone mad if I vote for or against it. But I do believe in being proactive and bringing commerce and business into the area, because I'm looking to bring more businesses and developments into this corridor in order to make sure that it is the most beautiful Martin Luther King corridor in the nation. And so one thing that I am appreciative of is your landscaping plan. And what I'm going to do is also place a condition that your landscaping be fully improved prior to the application of your beer and wine application, or having the ability to receive the beer and wine coming into your store. Also, as a condition, there would be absolutely no malt liquor. That is a concern for residents, and that's a concern for me as well. And I want to thank Ms. Beverly for bringing that point forward. In addition to that, there will be absolutely no singles sold at this location, because I want to make sure that we put in all of the measures in order to help you be productive and run the great store that you've ran prior to having the beer and wine. So is that something that you all are agreeable to?
Yes, we are.
And I want you all to continue to be good neighbors and good business people like you have been. I mean, I really respect you and your family a great deal. And I know that you all have been in this community for many, many years and have done a lot of great things, from providing food to those who have lost loved ones and allowing people to come in and eat when they didn't have any money, gas when they didn't have any money to get to a job interview. You do give a lot. And so for that, I believe that my recommendation to this council is that we step out and provide you at least an opportunity to show and prove with a 6-month review of condition to come back before this council to see how things work. And if things don't work, then at least you would know that we gave you an opportunity to show and prove. And so 6 months from now, if it don't work, then we'll address those concerns when they come, and you run the risk of losing the one chance that you would have had. So with that, Mayor and Council, those would be my conditions as amended. I would like for Margot to chime back in with some additional conditions.
Thank you.
For the record.
Mayor Pro Tem, we have the condition already there that all beer and wine coolers shall remain in their original manufacturer's configuration of 4 or 6 packs. We also have the condition that the sale of original manufacturer's single beers, malt beverages, or wine coolers of any size with alcohol by volume greater than 6% shall be prohibited, and that the sale of wines with an alcohol by volume of greater than 16% shall be prohibited. That's your fortified alcohols, so we have that condition that those are prohibited. We would also be adding for the applicant to submit a landscape plan for review and approval by Planning and Development. Landscape material shall be replaced and augmented to meet current code. It shall be installed and approved prior to issuance of license for alcohol, and that all landscaping shall be continuously maintained. And then the additional condition that there shall be a review 6 months after issuance of the business license for the alcohol use. And, Councilman, will that be an administrative or a public hearing?
That would be an administrative.
Okay,
and
then
if, in fact, there's some issues, I wanted to come back before the council.
Exactly correct. So then that will be an administrative review 6 months after issuance of business license for alcohol use.
Right, to include calls for service.
I'm sorry?
To include calls for service from
Yes,
the Las
sir,
Vegas
certainly will.
Metropolitan Police
Yes.
Department.
Mm-hmm.
Are you all agreeable to that?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. That's my motion.
You bet. Any question on the motion? Hearing none, cast your vote, please. Please post. She's voting yes. Motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
At this time, I'd like to instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings and dangerous buildings or nuisance litter and abatements. You bet. Citizen participation. Citizen participation, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium and give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single person is allowed, may be limited. Can we please have the timer for 3 minutes, please? Anyone wishing to speak under citizens' participation?
My name is the Lord Jesus Christ, also known as Rasan Joshua Collins, and just to let people know, I'm out preaching on Fremont Street quite a bit, and just to remind people, I like to let them know, sexual sin and greed leads to hell. Obey me not, Satan. Be sober, don't curse, don't gamble or lie, until all the Lord has returned. Now, to understand Bible prophecy, Revelation 18:11 tells us that the merchants will weep because no one buys their cargoes anymore when the Lord returns. That's a prophecy that's being fulfilled right now. In Revelation 22:2, the Bible tells us that there'll be healing of the nations when the Messiah returns. That's why we have health care reform, and of course, many people I'm praying for have been healed. If you like more information to help in this ministry, to be a part of it, 384-5111, extension 312, you can call for local believers in me. And of course, there's many all over the nation now. There's a whole new world that's taking place right now. That's why a lot of the changes are happening. I've been given authority to judge. That's why I won my trial last year, March 24th, 2009. I was proven legally competent, not crazy. So that crazy label doesn't fit. And I've been given authority to judge. That's John 5:22 tells us that the Christ has been given authority to judge. My trial victory, March 24th, 2009, was approximately 1 year before Obama signed in health care reform into law. So it's not a coincidence. Also last year when I won my trial, the Saints won the Super Bowl. That was not an accident. That was the saints coming, in a big, powerful way, and God is kind of doing signs, out there to show people what's really going on. And all non-believers in me will burn forever, and I don't want that, of course. So I encourage you to have faith, and I invite all to call for salvation prayer or to get involved in ministry. Remember to be merciful, be good to the homeless and the poor. I know there's a vote coming up for the homeless, and regarding the trespassing and all that kind of thing. So I encourage, of course, City Council to vote on the side of the poor and the meek of the earth. Know the kingdom of God will rule on the earth, despite what capitalism, wants to do. Also, are any of you familiar with NRS Chapter 201 or 196? NRS Chapter 201 talks about good morals and public decency. NRS 196 talks about treason. And we're supposed to, under state law, uphold good morals and public decency, and that's not happening, obviously, in Sin City. And that's treason under NRS 196. Even profanity is illegal in the city of Las Vegas under the Las Vegas Municipal Code Chapter 10, and most all the police are using foul language. And remember, the rich man and Lazarus, riches can put you in hell if you hold on to that closer than God. And I encourage everyone to hold loosely to the things of this world, that you can have heaven through faith in me and through right living. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
My name is Mr. Hodgson. My name is Anthony Hodgson. I got a...
Can we go to the overhead, please?
Yeah, okay. This is the signature of Martin Luther King. In 1964, I met him at Sky Harbor Airport, and I spent over an hour with that man. That man autographed one of my famous poems. What I'm trying to say now, you got Martin Luther King Boulevard, and especially, but I spent time with that man. In fact, I spent so much time with so many. Let's don't go there. But anyway, I'm going to move that out of the way and let you know that the president that you have today contacted me on the 19th of last month. And that's a private letter from that man directly to me. That's before he went on vacation one day for that, and then wherever he and then bring the troops home the end of the month, whatever. What I'm only trying to say is that I don't play with y'all, okay? And then here's another president, Laura Bush and President Bush in 2006, whatever. And then this is a letter from another first lady, Jimmy Carter's wife, Rosalind. This lady wrote me. She wrote in her own hand. What I'm trying to say, y'all, I don't play no games when I come down here, okay? The name is what I'm rich around sitting there. I'm a little mad with some people trying to put a hurting on our country. For instance, that Rush Limbaugh and that man Henneke or whatever. And every time you look up, people jumping on the president. Poor fellow, I feel so. It doesn't matter who the president of the United States is. You can have three guys that are serving at the same time. Our country has some problems they're not dealing with. And so jumping on that president, they try to make some things that happened 30 years ago. They try to stuff happen. Forget about the last administration. We got some things that happened to our country. The shape is in. This is no overnight matter. Some of this stuff takes 40 years to come into play this day. And we need to stop that. We got a great nation. Come together and save our nation. This is a beautiful country. I love it separate. And by getting run over a lot, hey, people run on me all the time. But I don't care about what you say to me. It's save our nation. It's a call for the sacrifice of all of us. The good, bad, and indifferent. That's what I'm going to say. And I'm going to leave all this stuff with you. I can't leave Martin Luther King with you because it's personal. With the rest of the copies of other presidents and so on, and my favorite, Ronald Reagan. All I really want to say is that you said that the mayor's over at Coronado Island. In 1982, that's where I first met Ronald Reagan in person. I met him, a Mexican president. In 1980, I met Rosalind Carter at the Coronado Hotel, her and a Chinese general. Give me a break. I don't play with you people. But when I say something, it's a fact. It's not a matter of an opinion. Opinion, everybody has an opinion. And then everybody got their fear and their faith. But fact is hard to beat. It's cut right down the middle. And I'm a fact man. Thank you. This is for the, I get that.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to speak? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing. We'll go on to item 88. Council member recognition, comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless that subject is on their agenda and scheduled for action. Councilman Ross pushed his button first.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. It is movie night at Centennial Hills Amphitheater once again, September 10th, which is Friday night, 8 p.m. Our good friends at Ed Bozar Chevrolet are sponsoring the movie. The movie will be Cars, so I invite everybody to come on out.
What's
It is free. Cars.
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 When are we going to have a John Wayne movie or something?
It's free for everybody, so come on out, folks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilman Barlow?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I have quite a few activities taking place that I would like to announce. Number one being tomorrow is my Coffee with the Councilman taking place at Starbucks at the corner of Bonanza and Rancho. Look forward to seeing you all there. I have a great turnout each and every month, the first Thursday of every month, giving the community an opportunity to come out and speak to me, which kind of breaks up the monotony of coming down to City Hall and having to pay a meter. You can come and sit down and have a cup of tea or coffee with me to talk about your issues or your business ideas that you may have. Also, on September 17th at 8:30 a.m., Coffee with the Mayor, and it's Coffee with the Mayor at Patricia's Soul Cafe, which is right on the corner of Martin Luther King and Madison. And the mayor and I will be there speaking with residents in Ward 5. So please come out on September 17th for Coffee with the Mayor, and I will be there with the mayor at his event as well. Today, September 1st through September 30th, the Southern Nevada Health District and the 100 Black Men of Las Vegas Incorporated are looking for dance groups, cheerleaders, singers, and other groups K through 5 who are interested in performing in a local talent contest. On October 2nd, auditions will be held at the Doolittle Community Center from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. The top 5 acts will be selected to showcase their talent at the Health District's free Shots for Tot event from 1 to 4 p.m. Saturday, October 16th at the Sammy Davis Jr. Amphitheater inside of Lorenzi Park. For more information, you may contact Naomi Lewis, and she may be reached at Naomi, Naomi, at newsomemarketing.com, or you may contact her by telephone at 562-6397. Also, the YNAP grants here at the City of Las Vegas, the applications are available, and you can feel free to go online. All of the neighborhood associations may go online and submit your application for your YNAP grant. That's the Youth Neighborhood Partnership Program. And the city's website is www.lasvegasnevada, Las Vegas, Nevada spelled out, .gov. So with that, I would like to close with September 18th will be the rededication of the most beautiful Martin Luther King in the nation, starting at 10 a.m. Straight Talk radio show will be from 10 to 11 with Commissioner Lawrence Weekly hosting his radio show on site, and 11 a.m. will be the ceremony. We're inviting the entire community to come out to celebrate the rededication ceremony. We will have a street fair and carnival from 12 p.m. until 4 p.m., and this will be the rededication ceremony for Martin Luther King Boulevard. So you all are invited. Please come out. Mark your calendars. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you. Councilman Wilson, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. By the way, you did an excellent job running today's meeting. Excellent job.
You had a lot of good help.
I have another missing child to tell you about this week, and as this council may recall, we've been making these announcements now for maybe 5 or 6 meetings, and we've helped locate 2 or 3 of these kids.
It's good.
So I think it's very valuable. This information is provided to me prior to each meeting by Nevada Child Seekers and is also available on their website at www.nevadachildseekers.org. Today's child is 16 years old and has been missing since July 17th of this year, and the particulars are up on the screen right now. Her name is Rashida Barber. She's a runaway and was last seen at the West Care on Duncan and North Rancho. She may be in the company of a 19-year-old black female named Crystal Smith. Rashida is 5 feet 6 inches tall, weighs 130 pounds, brown eyes and brown hair. The more people looking for this young lady, the better chance we have of returning her safely to her family. If you know where Rashida is, please contact Nevada Child Seekers at 458-7009 or our Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department Missing Persons Unit at 702-828-3111. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilman Ross has one announcement he'd like to make.
Councilman and Mayor Pro Tem, I have no Nevadans to report that have died in the armed services in the past 2 weeks.
Thank you very much. This meeting will be adjourned. Thank you.